Everyone, please take your seats. We'd like to open the meeting, the regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, January 24th, 2023 will come to order. Would you please join me in silencing your phones? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Cleveland.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner Martin.
Here.
Commissioner Preen. Here. Thank you.
Police Department Senior Chaplain Tom Personnel will now give the invocation. Please rise.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you again for blessing us that we get to live in this beautiful, wonderful community, Lord. We pray that you'd protect us. Protect New Smyrna Beach, protect our county and our state and our country, Lord. Protect us from those that would harm us. Lord, we ask that you would put your hedge of protection around this commission as well. Give them the knowledge, wisdom, and discernment and temperament to make the decisions that they're about to make and that they're going to be continue making during their service here, Lord. I pray that whatever they do will glorify you. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I want to invite Angel Methax to the podium, please. Let me introduce Angel to you, who will lead our pledge. Angel is a senior at New Smyrna High. She is at the Medical Academy, dual enrolled at Daytona State, has a 4.2 GPA. Angel has been a member of the Kudos Unhooked for 3 years. Angel Take Stock in Children and Bright Futures recipient that will earn her a college scholarship. She participates in community service work with the Kudos Unhooked, Interact Club, Rotary Club, and is currently working at Brilliant Alliance Assisted Living. Upon graduation, Angel will be the first generation in her family to attend college. She has been accepted at New College of Florida and plans to major in biology. Her goal is to continue her education in medicine and become a general practitioner. Angel, please lead us. In the pledge, Angel.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Angel. Please be seated, everyone. I'd like to have an approval of the agenda. City Manager, are there any changes to the published agenda?
Yes, sir. One change. I would like to add one item under administrative items, new business. That would be 7E, and that is consider approval of local funding initiative request for stormwater canal dredging and stormwater master plan projects. You have the package was on your desk when you walk in, and that will be under 7E. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. It's now time for announcements and presentations and recognitions. Will Christy Gillis of the Office of Child and Family Well-Being come up to the podium, along with Police Department Victims Advocate Fonda Murnikai and Deputy Police Chief Eric Feldman? Recognizing January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month, this is a proclamation from the City of New Smyrna. Whereas human trafficking is a recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, coercion, for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude. And whereas human trafficking is a $32 billion a year global criminal enterprise and is a crime as well as a civil and human rights violation, and as an estimated 40.3 million people are currently victims of human trafficking, both for sex and labor, whereas human traffickers prey on their victims by promising a life of hope and greater opportunity while delivering only enslavement. Instead of delivering people to better lives, Traffickers unjustifiably profit from labor and toil of their victims, who they force through violence, intimidation, to work in brothels and factories, on farms, fishing vessels, and in private homes, in countless industries. Whereas January is National Enslavement and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we commit ourselves to eradicating the evil of enslavement. Human trafficking is a modern form of the oldest, most barbaric type of exploitation, and we proclaim it has no place in this world, in the great nation, or in the city of New Smyrna Beach. Whereas this month we do not simply reflect on this appalling reality, we also pledge to do all in our power to end this horrific practice of human trafficking that plagues innocent victims not only around the world, but in our neighborhoods. Whereas most awareness, education are crucial to eradicating human trafficking in our community, in our state, and in our nation. Whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is observed in January in municipalities across the country in order to educate the public, raise awareness about human trafficking, and the city of New Smyrna Beach has a strong commitment to social justice. Now, therefore, I, Fred Cleveland, Mayor of the city of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in the city of New Smyrna Beach, and reaffirm the city's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists victims of human trafficking and urges its residents, agencies, and champions to support efforts and actions to end human trafficking. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 24th day of January and caused the seal to be affixed. I've signed it, and Kelly McQuillan, the city clerk, has witnessed it. Commission, will you please come down for the photograph? Okay, as is our custom and tradition now, the city manager will now give his update. Do you have a report, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. As you know, Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Nicole has been our top priority for the past couple of months. So, Mayor, you have attended the press conference with the governor, where Volusia County received $100 million, and I think Volusia County would receive, the state of Florida received $100 million, and Volusia County would receive $37.6 million. And that's strictly for the beach erosion. However, the mayor and I, we attended, as I mentioned at the last meeting, the Volusia Legislative Delegation meeting. That was on January the 9th. And the meeting, the mayor at the meeting, he requested 6 projects. And they are the cleanup and dredging of several canals within the city, and also 2 stormwater master plans in the historic West Side and Corbin Park. That requires an application through the state. And I want to thank our staff. We worked with them. We prepared 6 applications, and that is the item that we added on the agenda under 7E to present to the state for request. We're talking about millions of dollars in terms of cleaning up the canals and the dredging. We had our kickoff meeting on January the 18th, and we had 500 people attended the meeting, that's significant, and I think we were very pleased with the amount of people that attended the meeting, because it's important for us to hear them out, number one, and then also to present our plan for the future. This is a long way road that it's going to take us for recovery, but it's going to take the first step for us to move, and that is the exposure study, which is it's an important item that we have to do. We had the kickoff with the public. We will have the kickoff with the staff, and then after that, he will present the reports back. In May, and then we'll come back to the commission with recommendations and with a plan of action. So that's the step that I'm really looking for. We had several items that we've done on the city manager report. One of the items that we have is we have Canal Street and Flagler Avenue. Canal Street, we have worked with the Canal Street merchants on an improvement plan. So we're almost there. I have asked the maintenance operation director to go back and meet with them to make sure this is what we wanted to do as an improvement. However, in the ARPA funds, we have another $190,000, and that's supposed to be budgeted for the Flagler Avenue. So I will be scheduling a meeting with FABA in order to look at what kind of improvements do we do on Flagler Avenue. We had an issue of noise on Flagler Avenue. So I have met with the manager of the Avenue restaurant on Flagler, as well as a representative from the residents around the area, and with the deputy chief, code enforcement, and also the assistant city attorney. So we discussed with the manager in terms of the noise issue. We have come up with options. I asked the police department to go back and do some decibel measurements this past weekend, and we will reconvene with another meeting probably in the next week. In my report, you have attachment for financial report, for CIP updates, for strategic planning updates, for social media updates, as well as capacity issues from the Utilities Commission. The mayor has asked previously that I would address some of the public participation comments. We have been averaging 24 to 25 public participants in our city commission meeting. At the last meeting on January the 10th, we have several people who spoke about skate park, which I think the commission has made the decision not to make any changes on the ARPA priority list. So that's still on the go. We have some people who spoke about moratorium, which was approved at the last meeting as well. And that should end up in June 27th, depending on what the result of the exposure analysis will do, if we need to extend it or not. A lot of people spoke about the flooding on Pine Street and other areas, which will be addressed as a result of both hurricanes. The cell tower, and I just want to make sure, I think we have quite a few people here from Riverside Drive. I have directed the city engineer to stop the project on Riverside, and then go back, talk to the contractor and see if there's any other options. But before we do anything, I have asked him to do a public meeting with the residents of Riverside Drive here in this building before they make any decisions. So I will assure you that nothing will happen until you guys agree on what's going to happen on Riverside in terms of the cell tower. Some people spoke about the parking task force, which tonight you have the resolution for the parking task force. Some people spoke about the car show, which I think it was, our first car show was Saturday of first of the month. And I think the turnout, even though it was on a smaller scale, but I think it was a success start. And I think the guy who's handling the car show, I think it's going to expand eventually as we go forward. Some people spoke about the Pioneer Interchange. We have received quite a few emails regarding that topic. We have received phone calls, So I
Wait
have
just a
asked-
second, Colin. Can you silence that phone, please? Thank you very much. Everybody, please turn your phones off. Go ahead, Colin.
I have asked staff from FDOT to make a presentation tonight. So right after my presentation here, DOT staff will make a presentation for the commission, just to kind of give them an idea about the project, where they're at. So that will be coming up here shortly. Some people spoke in support of Frank Hauser, who was selected to the Planning and Zoning Boards, quite a few people. Some people spoke in favor of the traffic signal at the 10th Street at the high school, which was approved. And thanks to the city of Edgewater, they participated in about $38,000. So now it's a partnership, Volusia County School Board, the City of New Smyrna Beach, and the City of Edgewater. We have one person who spoke about his idea of hurricane after action report has not been implemented yet, which we have a report. We actually have started on some of these issues already, but I will have an official report to you in the next couple of meetings. Some people spoke about the Utilities Commission meeting that was held at the Brandon Center. They have advertised for the last 3 months. Everybody who has a property adjoining where any of those poles have received an invitation, including the City of New Smyrna Beach. So I have attended the meeting, and I think Vice Mayor Hartman attended the meeting. But the person who spoke here, he said that he wasn't aware of the meeting. So I'm not sure exactly. They send out notices to just about everybody who have any adjoining properties. Somebody spoke about a volleyball court. As you know, we have one on Astor Street Park that's supposed to be a retention area during the rainy season, and then a volleyball court after that. But I will be talking to the Leisure Services Director and to see if there is any vacant properties that we could do that, either somewhere at the AOB or somewhere on the beach side. Somebody has asked to have a shark fin to be added to a city seal. So I don't think I'll be doing anything with that one for the time being. And we have a person who asked for a crosswalks here on Washington and Faulkner, and the crosswalk is in already.
That was completed, you say?
Yes.
Oh, excellent, thanks.
And I think I covered all the public participation, Mayor, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Anyone on the dais have a question on any of those items that Colin completed? I think this is a good practice, Colin. It lets the citizenry know that their voices are heard and action is being taken, so I applaud you for that. And for always acting as quickly as you have. To include tonight's, the people that are here from the state.
Yeah, I'm gonna mention their names here in shortly. So we have with us Jack Atkins. He is the Director of Transportation Development. We have Smith, the Planning and Environmental Management Administrator. And we have Stephen Buck. He's a professional engineer, and he is the Project Development Administrator. And Stephen will present to you a quick review of the project, just to kind of give you an idea of where the project is at. Stephen?
Good evening. So first, I want to thank the mayor and the commission for your time that you've allowed us to discuss the Pioneer Trail interchange tonight. I want to start off with just a brief overview. This has been a locally supported project for nearly 40 years now. It's been a TPO priority project and has been incorporated and improved in the Transportation Planning Organization's planning documents. The TPO that we have here encompasses representatives from local agencies, all within the study area. And we wanted to let you know the project is funded with both state and federal funds, and it was a result of continued extensive coordination with local partners. So getting into a little bit of the details of how the state has its process, some of you will be interested in what we've prepared and completed for the project. We followed the standard FDOT process on this project by starting with an efficient transportation decision-making process. And that is where 15 state and federal agencies weigh in on potential impacts and the purpose and need of the project. Then we started our project development and environmental study. We continued our state and federal regulatory agency coordinations as we studied the species, wetlands, we look at floodplains, public lands, historical impacts, socio-cultural effects for the project, water quality, archaeological resources within the area, any contaminated sites or any noise impacts from the project, also impacts to local waterway. We reviewed planning consistency with the TPO and any additional right-of-way impacts. We received approval on the location design concept acceptance per the National Environmental Protection Act, Policy Act, on November 9th, 2021. The agency coordination then continued through the design phase of the project and will continue through the construction phase for this project. So looking at the wetlands and mitigations aspect of the project, through continued coordination with all of the regulatory agencies, all wetlands have been mitigated for, and the project will not result in a net loss of wetlands within the basin. Continuing on to water quality, this project does not directly drain into any FDEP impaired waterway. The project's stormwater runoff will drain into an unnamed canal that will eventually drains into the Spruce Creek. The project's stormwater system will overtreat the expected stormwater runoff, which will improve existing water quality and provide a net benefit overall to the system. The water is allowed to store in the ponds, at which time it's treated by physical, chemical, and biological processes. As new water comes in, the treated water is discharged. In addition, the ponds have control structures that have oil skimmers on top, and that ensures only clean water is discharged from the ponds. So taking a look at floodplains, for this particular project, floodplain impacts resulting from the project, they were evaluated per state and federal regulations. In total, 7.23 acre feet of floodplain are being encroached upon with this project. However, FDOT is overcompensating with 8.7 acre feet of floodplain compensation, which is resulting in a net benefit of 1.47 acre feet for the floodplain in the area. Moving on to the Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve, the project does not encroach into the existing boundaries of the Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve. And then turning it to wildlife and habitat. So for this one, general ground-based biological surveys were conducted over a 3-year period. For example, we did a 5-day survey for the Florida scrub jay, and that was conducted in late July and early August 2019. No federal listed species were observed during any of our surveys, and with the exception of 2 gopher tortoise burrows, no state listed species were identified during the surveys. And the way we practice this is any gopher tortoises found on the site prior to construction, those are safely relocated to a different site. During construction, we're going to continue to monitor for the gopher tortoises and for indigo snakes. The project is not expected to impact any other protected species, and both the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Florida Fish and Wildlife had concurred with this determination. So what this slide here shows you is some of the current projects that we have in Volusia County. The department is studying I-95 with a regional approach due to the continued growth that we're seeing within this region. We're looking to advance numerous projects along the corridor, and as a significant evacuation route in Florida, we're starting a strategic corridor plan to evaluate all the needs along I-95 and at adjacent intersecting roadways. and this is going to help to ensure Florida has adequate evacuation routes in the event of an emergency. So with that, we do have our contact information for everyone that City Manager was able to mention there, and we really appreciate the time to speak with you today and give you a short little update on this project.
Steve, thank you very much. I'd like to, if it's okay with the commission, allow some time for each commissioner if they have any comments or questions about this. Commissioner Martin, go ahead.
I hear a lot of sides about the potential of increased flooding, which I don't think we can determine based on what just happened. It's too new for me to have a strong opinion about potential of increased flooding. I continue to be concerned about the increase of traffic on Pioneer Trail and frankly, the environmental social injustice of directing beach traffic through the chronically disadvantaged historic West Side community. Any way you look at it, people would get off that interchange and head down dead end in an area of town that, as I said, is chronically disadvantaged, but in addition has a lot of people walking. So I don't know how we play that one out.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. If you, Mr. Buck, if you've got some ideas or anything on that, we'd be happy to hear it. If not, I know we can get back with you.
Yeah, we can get back to you with a lot more details on that. We do have to evaluate all social cultural impacts with any of our PD&E studies. That was completed on this project and reviewed by state and federal agencies. And we can be more than happy to give you a lot more details on that and exactly what process we went through.
Thank you.
And I know you're here with the team. Anybody else? I know you're here with your teammates. Are you available in the lobby or in the parking lot to take any questions right after, or do you prefer phone calls and email?
We're available right outside, and we're more than happy to take any phone calls or emails anyone has for us.
Really good. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your
Thank you for your time.
comments. You bet.
Thank you, Stephen.
Is there anything more, City Manager, in your section here, sir?
No, thank you, sir. I think that's it. Thank you.
Very good. This is the public participation part of the of our meeting, and speak with the podium to address the commission. The rules of engagement are like this. This is a monologue on your behalf. This is not a question and answer session. This is not a time for that. This is a time for you to voice your interest, your praise, your concerns, and your cares. For the audience, please remain silent. This is not the cheering, not the applause, not the booing. This is it's a reverent organization, and so I will invite those that would like to come up. You can stand in the queue if you'd like, or you can remain at your seats. It doesn't matter, and everyone will have 3 minutes, and we're interested in hearing what our citizens have to say. Please offer your name and address for the record, please.
Terrific, thank you. Good evening, my name is Nancy Loudon Norman. I'm Executive Director for Atlantic Center for the Arts, where I have worked for 27 years. The address at ACA is 1414 Art Center Avenue, New Smyrna Beach. Thank you so much for allowing me this time to present an exciting national grant opportunity from Bloomberg Philanthropies for a partnership between the City of New Smyrna Beach and Atlantic Center for the Arts. Bloomberg Philanthropies is offering 10 grants up to $1 million each to cities with a population of over 30,000 for projects that enhance the local economy, residents' quality of life, and address a specific civic issue. This grant application must be submitted by the mayor's office in partnership with an art organization. Coastal resilience is a civic issue we are proposing to present, as it is an issue that includes our beloved waterways from the Atlantic Ocean to the Intercoastal to Turnbull Bay. We feel this grant is perfect for a creative partnership between the city and ACA and could be a key component to the forward-thinking work the city is already conducting and has received previous funding for it via the 2018 Coastal Resiliency Grant. and are requesting 10 to 20 hours of in-kind grant work by Rob Salazar, Director of Leisure Services, to submit this grant to Bloomberg Philanthropies for Phase 1 for review. This grant would allow ACA to enhance the city's climate resilience educational component in our community by exploring local environmental, historical, and cultural landmarks, locations of significance through the voice of artists, naturalists, historians, and environmentalists. A key component to this grant is the level of artistic excellence involved, and ACA certainly brings that. For over 40 years, we have engaged leading artists of our time for residencies at ACA, artists who have transformed the cultural fabric of our nation, including Pulitzer Prize, Guggenheim and MacArthur Genius Awardees, poet laureates, and presidential inaugural poets. We have worked with countless community partners over the years, including Marine Discovery Center, Babe James Youth Center, Volusia County Schools, and we have won national awards for our work on the environment at Canaveral National Seashore. This investment by Bloomberg Philanthropies is probably a long shot for us, but Dar Sleeper, over 40 years ago, it was a long shot for her when she established Atlantic Center for the Arts, and here we are thriving. So I appreciate your consideration of this request and look forward to coming back to you for Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The city manager, I'm sure, will be in touch.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Sir.
I'm Bill Sharkey, and this is my son Kelly. We have a 40-year lease on a building at 114 Flagler Ave, La Fiesta Restaurant. We're really interested in coming to some kind of decision with y'all, and to rent that house next to us, or lease it, or whatever you want to call it. It's y'all put it out, I think, for the last meeting or something, and it was for 2 years. But we've got 8 5-year leases at our restaurant there for 40 years. I'm not asking for 40 years, but we're asking for a long time because we're planning on putting serious money in that building, and we don't know what we can do with it. And for something like 2 years or 3 years, there's nothing you can put in it, you know. I mean, it's just throwing good money after bad if we do that, if we have to vacate it then. But we would like some discussion, dialogue, whatever you call it, with y'all and about doing that for a long period of time. And whatever you wanted from us, we could provide. And we were not the Sharkies that asked for the shark fin, I can assure you that. We just happened to have that last night. But, you know, it's, we can't actually make a bid on it until you tell us what we can do with it. If it's just for storage, we're still interested, but we wouldn't pay near as much money for storage as we would if we could put money into the building and be able to appreciate it like that. I mean, we're not looking for 2 years to sell flip-flops, you know, but that's it. I don't know how many minutes they use, but.
That's fine, sir. Thank you for your comments, and I'm sure the city manager will be in touch with you and your son.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is David McKenna. I live at 216 Normandy Avenue here in New Smyrna Beach. Thanks for hearing what I have to say this evening. A number of weeks ago, I met with Chief Coffin, and I noted that we had a bit of a deficit in our police department when it came to transportation, and specifically talked to him about the idea of providing electric bikes for the department to use. I assured him that we would provide the funding for those bikes from private citizens, that we would not be calling on taxpayers to fund that opportunity, but wanted to know for sure that the police department would find value in having such vehicles, if you will, to utilize in our city. We offered them one for a period of time to use, and they came back overwhelmingly in support. And so along with two other individuals in town, myself and 2 others, we have provided and gathered all of the funds necessary to buy 2 of those bicycles from a local shop here, Pedigo. They're outfitted with sirens and lights and badging and bags. And as well, we had enough funding come in that we could provide them with a heavy-duty bike rack to move those things around town as efficiently as possible. So they have the bikes, we have the money, and the bikes are all charged up, ready to go. I just wanted to let you know that this was something that we have undertaken on behalf of the city of New Smyrna Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Appreciate that.
Stephanie Ford, I'm the Executive Director at the Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce, 115 Canal Street in New Smyrna Beach. I also have with me this evening Liz Jones, who represents Canal Street Historic District, and Zoe Nooner with the Flagler Avenue Business Association. So good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. First, we want to commend city staff as well as the Mayor and Commission for reinstating a parking task force. In April of 2022, the Southeast Volusia Chamber sent a letter and met with city manager, the mayor, and the commissioners at that time, requesting a parking committee led by the city with recommendations from the chamber on committee members. So this request came out of some local business owners from Canal Street wanting the chamber to form a parking committee. The Chamber's Parking Committee consists of representation from Canal Street, Flagler Avenue, the Hub, Chamber Board members, as well as members of our Economic Development Committee. This group has met with citizens and members of the community, professionals in the industry regarding best practices for moving forward with parking, and parking, as we all know, can entail and mean a lot of different things. So the Chamber would like to be a part of the solution by leading a fact-finding committee that can take an active role in vetting parking solutions through research, field trips to other cities with similar challenges who found solutions, whatever might be necessary. Finding parking solutions are important not only to our businesses on Canal Street and Flagler Avenue, but to other important stakeholders in the community. I know the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority is currently working on developing a strategic plan. Although that's not finalized, one of the goals that was brought up was enhancing transportation and mobility options to move visitors throughout the area. And as we all know, we rely very heavily on tourism industry here in New Smyrna Beach. So the Chamber is requesting a seat on this committee as we represent the business community as a whole, as well as those folks that are residents who own and operate businesses here. We also support addressing parking issues not only on Flagler Avenue, but on Canal Street as well. And I'm just going to hand over a copy of the letter that we submitted back in April.
Thank you very much, and thank you three. Appreciate it. City manager will be in touch for sure.
Good evening. I'm Sandra Lawson. I'm with the U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Disaster Assistance. I'm a public affairs specialist out of the Atlanta Field Operations Center East. We'd like to share with you a status on the SBA disaster recovery efforts here in Florida and in Volusia County. We like to share information just to let you know how things are going as far as homeowners, renters, small business recovery. For Hurricane Ian in Florida, the SBA has approved in disaster loans $1.5 billion approved loans. For Volusia County, for Hurricane Ian, the total as of close of business yesterday was $92.2 million in approved loans. And that's across the board, whether it was a homeowner loan or a business loan, renter, economic injury, disaster loan. For Hurricane Nicole in Florida, the total is $3.5 million approved loans. For Volusia County, $1.8 million. So we want to reiterate the deadline for people to apply for disaster recovery assistance in the way of SBA loans, also for FEMA, is February 13th, and that date is coming up pretty fast. So if people still need help and they haven't applied, please do so. The places to apply are 25 to 30 minutes away from you. Daytona Beach Regional Library, City Island Branch is available. They're open 6 days a week, like 8 to 6 daily, except for Sundays. Volusia County Health Department at Daytona Beach is also open. So you can go face-to-face and apply for assistance if you need help. We have the reps there to listen to your scenario, and they take that information and put your application in the system. Once the application's in the system, then the deadline can come and go. You're in the system, and your loan can still be processed. So we want to encourage any business, homeowner, or renter that needs help, don't wait. Just go ahead and apply. February 13th is the deadline for physical damages. And then businesses have till small businesses and private nonprofits can apply for economic injury assistance through September. Long ways off, but we encourage you not to wait.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate the information, and please come back.
Okay.
I was just wondering if you had business cards with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Kelly's got them. She'll distribute them. Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Carl Arvidsson, 1314 South Riverside. First, I want to thank you guys for listening to us on the cell phone tower so far. It's a big concern. The only correction I'll make is it's not just Riverside Drive anymore. There's concern on Magnolia, there's concern on Live Oak, because what we don't understand is it doesn't make sense to have one 5G tower in New Smyrna Beach. So there's got to be a plan that Verizon has that nobody understands. So we understand there's a stop work. We don't know what that means. Have you pulled the permit back? Can you stop the work? I mean, Verizon has an approved permit. They got really good lawyers. We're concerned that they can work around you. That's one of the things we want to address in the meeting. I'm going to ask questions. I know you can't answer the questions, but I'm going to make these in the form of questions. Okay? What's the purpose of one tower? Doesn't make any sense to us. What was said was, and I'm not going to repeat a lot of the questions Ray asked, but that was for the yacht club. Yacht club doesn't want Verizon. They've told us they don't use Verizon. What's the purpose? Okay? It's for Verizon. It's not a generic cell phone tower. So T-Mobile's going to want one. AT&T's going to want one. This is a competitive environment. Until the city has a plan for everybody, I think you guys are letting something happen here that you don't really have control of, and it's the concern we have for the meeting. Really, what's the plan to control cell phone towers? Nobody wants them across from their street, and just a lot of issues there. So we're requesting the meeting. I'll just add to it. We've asked a lot of questions and emails, guys. We've asked questions from assistant city manager, city clerk, and the only thing we hear is there's a stop work. Good. When's the meeting, and when can we get some answers? Because what we're afraid of is while you guys with the best of intentions are out there stopping this, one day we wake up early in the morning and a Verizon truck's out there piling a pile driver in with a concrete pole. We want to make sure that we understand it. We'd like to get involved. We'd like the city really respond with a meeting, perhaps at the Brandon Center, something like that, because I think you're going to find there's a lot of people that are very interested in what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Good evening. I'm Suzanne Schreiber. I'm representing Dream Green Volusia. I'm here tonight concerning
your address, ma'am.
the street, 548 Sandy Oaks Boulevard in Ormond Beach.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight concerning the Pioneer Trail interchange. At a cost of $200 million and half of the interchange positioned in New Smyrna Beach, you do have a voice in the matter. With the TPO Citizens Committee voting against the action 9-2, their recommendation should not be ignored. The city of New Smyrna Beach is one of the most respected cities in the county because of the way you conduct your business. The government here is known for looking out for the residents' best interest. Take the recent moratorium as an example. You recognized there was a problem with stormwater and made a choice to do something about it. We have other projects in Volusia County that must put the existing residents' needs first. There was flooding all over the county and a severe loss of coastline, yet a new interchange is up for $200 million in ARPA funds. The federal required studies were not done by federal agencies for this project, and there is no BMAP for Spruce Creek. Local studies are not a substitute. There are long-range projects and DRIs that have been around for 10, 20, and even 30-plus years. That does not make them automatic yes votes. Good planning requires being able to pivot when needs change. Certainly, the needs have changed in our county after 2 recent hurricanes. I heard what Commissioner McGurk said at the last meeting pertaining to the commission that voted against it, possibly losing their seat at the table. I want to thank Commissioner McGurk for explaining the history of the interchange, and with no disrespect to Commissioner McGurk, stating the previous history, you were the City of New Smyrna Beach government, and previous politics or political pressure should not decide your vote. Where is the legal that would enforce New Smyrna losing their respective seat at the table should they choose to vote against it? The idea that nothing can be done is something I've heard many times. Something can always be done, such as a proper federal environmental studies and a BMAP for starters. I do understand that New Smyrna's beach is 5% of the overall vote. That percentage does not diminish responsibility to the residents. Please vote no to moving the interchange up the TPO funding list of projects and support proper due diligence. The reason the council voted against the interchange in 2007 was due to adverse environmental development and traffic impact. I asked that what has changed over time, and especially due to environmental impact. I just want to end by saying that quality of life matters. Thank you all for your time, and thank Commissioner McGurk and Commissioner Hartman for the history at the last meeting and their perspectives. It's always a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Appreciate your comments.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Manager, my name is Bob Williams, 767 Pine Shores Circle, Pine Island, New Smyrna Beach. I'm here to speak with regard to the Parking Task Force resolution. I'd like to affirm the broad support by many residents and businesses with which I've spoken in support of this initiative, and as well as the earlier Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce recommendations. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to elaborate on several suggestions for your consideration. I respect and understand why it's being recommended to limit the task force to just 5 members. It's also clear why, by Florida law, this task force must operate under the terms of the Florida Sunshine Law. Unfortunately, given the size and complexity of this topic, the Sunshine Law limits the members' ability to collaborate during the process between meetings. Furthermore, as shared earlier, the Chamber has already been working on the New Smyrna parking challenges for the last year. During the many meetings on this topic, it's become clear that finding the best solution will benefit from having more people with expertise and local knowledge at the table. Please allow me to share an important limited exception to the Sunshine Law. A separate committee from the task force could be formally recognized by the Commission for fact-finding purposes only. The members of the fact-finding committee would have no decision-making authority with respect to the recommendations coming to you from the Parking Task Force, who would be the only voting members. A parking fact-finding committee would then be empowered to work together between meetings to research and gather relevant information and to travel together to explore best practices learned in other communities. For example, in recent years, parking projects have been successfully completed in Cocoa Beach, Leesburg, and Winter Park. The fact-finding committee would put together inter-city visits to those projects, talk to local leaders, and bring back videos and photos to share with the Parking Task Force. As part of this proposal, I would request that 5 to 6 members of the fact-finding committee be granted a seat at the table during the task force public meetings. This would enable them to more efficiently contribute to the process of sharing information they have learned. It's my understanding the Chamber is willing to coordinate and lead the work of the Parking Fact-Finding Committee as a natural evolution of the Chamber Parking Committee that's been working over the last year. Note that it would be the intent for the Chamber to reach out and engage an expanded number of businesses and residents to participate on the committee. I would also like to reinforce a suggestion that the scope of the task force include consideration for a parking structure near Canal Street. In any case, please accept my sincere appreciation for the work of city staff and this commission for making this initiative a priority. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Bob.
Hello, my name is Derek LaMontagne. Apologize, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to give those to you ahead of time or hand them out,
Perfect,
but
Derek,
that's
you did
okay.
right.
I also apologize that I'm from Port Orange, and that's kind of been the bane of the reason for the interchange. And I'm here to talk to you today about the Pioneer Interchange. I'm the senior researcher for a group called Save Don't Pave Spruce Creek, and I've been following this for a number of years. I've lived in Port Orange over 20, and I think it was great that the FDOT came here to present some information, but unfortunately, it's incomplete and a little deceptive. So I'd just like to I'd be happy to, I don't know if you can pull up the slides again, but I'll just try to summarize without showing them. In general, what was blatantly obvious from that was the lack of need that they presented. There was hardly any information on how much will actually be improved with this interchange. And as was mentioned earlier, the cost is over $200 million, so it better get $200 million worth of traffic improvements, and unfortunately, it's not. The statistically minimal, basically, was the conclusion from some experts locally when they looked at it. Pioneer Trail will get a fourfold increase of traffic. Dunlawton, again, where I'm from, in Port Orange, will decrease by at most like 10 to 15% traffic, and it's basically negligible because it's over a 25-year term. That's their anticipation for what this benefit will give. So there's plenty of alternatives, of course. Williamson Boulevard was just kind of considered and actually stepwise approved by the county to kind of be an alternative for local traffic, so we of course know that's there. Another thing that was not mentioned, though, importantly enough, is that this interchange, where it is now, is planned to actually go on land that is on the acquisition list for Doris Leeper. They correctly said it's not in there yet, but it is actually on the A-rated list. It's on the Florida Forever plan to acquire this, and it's the largest chunk left to complete the Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve. So if this interchange is built, we will never get the full envisioned Spruce Creek Preserve, which will not just hurt the habitat there, it will also, of course, we believe, have impacts on flooding, on water flow. It's a lot of pavement that's going to go in. They're not planning to do anything with nature overpasses or underpasses or other things around there to kind of alleviate habitat connections, to improve the hydrology or the water quality. From what I can tell, it's being built basically like it was in the 1950s, and that's not the best place for it. So we highly encourage you to please, at the moment, you don't have to do anything other than please don't support it. I know the TPO is voting tomorrow, so please, if you can, don't support it then. I'd be happy to talk to you more about it in the future, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. LaMontagne. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Weisheimer. I live at 6659 Ingram Road here in New Smyrna Beach. I moved here in 2005. We didn't just come here for the beach. We actually wanted to live in a small, tight-knit community. But as many of us know, as years go on, things do change. We love our community. We're very passionate about our community, and we're no longer the best-kept secret. I do come before you today to talk about the interchange that we're discussing. I know there's many positive comments as well as many concerns that have been expressed to each and every one of you, but one, I want to take this time to thank you for, number one, doing your due diligence, researching this matter, and also looking at the previous elected officials to see, that they have put a lot of work into this project. With that said, we have trusted professionals such as the Department of Transportation that have weighed in. We've got engineers, structural engineers, environmental engineers, and over the years, over 40 years, we have had many public meetings where we have the opportunity to speak. I'm coming before you today not only as a resident, but also as someone in the healthcare field. We do need a pressure valve with our traffic. I have a front row seat at looking at the data that we're experiencing with our emergency transport system when we provide inter-facility transportation. For example, if you're having a heart attack and you need to go to a heart surgeon in Daytona, the time that it takes you to go from one entity to the other. Because of the impact that we're having with our transportation issues, it delays care, which is a very large concern. Not only do we have an emergency medical situation, it is also geared towards increasing and giving job opportunities that we would not otherwise have in this area. So we know that it would add $2.5 billion of economic impacts to the local economy due to construction, which is key. It would employ nearly 700 construction and construction-related workers during the development of this. It would support almost 14,000 jobs moving forward as we continue. And then also it would reach an additional of $775 million per year in permanent ongoing impacts from spending associated with the new household operations. This did not come out of a whim. This is something that's been planned. It's been 40 years into development. We planned neighborhoods such as Venetian Bay and Coastal Woods based on having this as a relief for our traffic. So I just ask humbly that you continue to take a 30,000-foot view and take all of our concerns and into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your remarks, Wendy. Order. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Cindy Radigan. I live here in New Smyrna over in the Terra Trail subdivision. I've been coming before this committee and this commission for the last 17 plus years in relation to noise due to flight training in the area. I know that there's been a lot of controversy on both sides of the issue. Khalid, you're familiar with my task and our plight. I have spent a great deal of time surveying the neighborhoods around the airport, around my neighborhood, and I have clearly found that it is a 50-50 split between those who are greatly impacted and those who really aren't. And I know this is not going to be an easy resolution. Obviously, we've been at this for 17 plus years. But for some of us who are greatly impacted and are incredibly sensitive to the noise, it is gravely impacting our health and our well-being. It has gravely impacted the quality of our life. We can't enjoy our home, our garden, the outdoors. You can't do anything in your yard when you've got a plane every 20 to 30 seconds over your house, every minute of every hour of every day that the winds are blowing, especially from the west. Doesn't matter if they're blowing out of the south or the northwest, the west or the southwest or the south. As long as those planes are using the primary practice patterns, they're impacting us. I know that the manager, the airport manager, is going to come before you and ask for consideration to extend the, or to revisit the noise study that was already done, which was based on 30-year-old data, which we knew was going to fail. The amount of money that the city put in was in the vicinity of 75 grand. You know, I know there's people on both sides of the issue, but for those that are being impacted, I think the city needs to either decide to exercise their right to use the proprietor's exception, which has been granted in the FAA register, and I have brought that proof to the airport manager and to the city manager's office, at the time, assistant city manager. I have shown you all that the FAA has granted the city of New Smyrna Beach as a municipal proprietor to use the proprietor's exception for the needs of its citizens.
Thank you very much for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Charles Radigan. I'm Cindy's husband. I live in Scarlet Trail. I wanted to make one comment about the interchange. They said that any water would be diverted to Spruce Creek. Well, the water goes from Spruce Creek right in through Terra Trail. They redid the culvert on the road for the entranceway there, but they didn't clean the creek out at all. I mean, they went about 10 feet either side of the road, and that was it. We had water 30 inches deep over the crown of the road in the front of my house. The water was going from the road to the backyard, and the creek is behind my house. So adding any water to Spruce Creek, I don't go along with that at all. A comment about the airport. You can go down there any day of the week and you can see planes taking off and landing at the airport. That's what they do, right? But when they go to the east, you'll see them turn just on top of US 1 or just barely past US 1. They will not go out over that residential area out there. They don't do it. But when it comes to the west, I live over a mile off the end of that runway, and those planes crisscross over our house according to whether they're landing or taking off or which runway they're coming back around from. And it's just unreal, the traffic that we deal with out there. And that's about all I have to say. We know, we've talked with Khalid a few times. Josh, who works for the owner of Epic, had us out there for a ride in the plane to go over the pathways. And we didn't go anywhere near my home, over my home at all. I had to look out the window at about a 45-degree angle to see where my house was. But if you are in my yard, you can look right overhead, and they're right there. It had, I mean, that whole thing that Josh, I mean, this man took time out of his day to go on an airplane ride. I took a day off from work, cost me over $300 to spend the day to go up on that airplane ride. Had nothing to do with the traffic over my home. And I think that was arranged by Josh. He had a little talk with his pilot to make sure that she stayed away from our house. I wish he'd do it with the rest of them.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Hello, my name is Rachel Andriano Lilly, and I'm coming from the high school, so that address is 1015 10th Street, New Smyrna. Later on your agenda, you have a proposal that we're presenting, a request, so I want to speak on that now. I want to thank you for considering our request. So my name is Rachel. I'm a lifetime resident of New Smyrna, a graduate of New Smyrna Beach High School, a current math teacher at the school, and the junior class sponsor tasked with planning prom. My senior prom was quite a few years ago. I don't remember much about it, but I don't remember the decorations or the theme, but I remember my dress, I remember who I went with, and I remember driving to the Chart House in Daytona because prom was in Daytona at the Desert Inn. We had to drive to Daytona, not in town. We had to go to Daytona because that's where everything was. At the time, there wasn't a building in town that we could have prom. But since then, since I've graduated and moved on, you guys have redone the library and made it the beautiful Brandon Center that is today, capable of hosting formal dances. It works out best for the safety of our students who no longer have to drive out of town for dinner and dance. Having prom in town means that we stay in town. They take pictures in town, they have dinner at town, at local community establishments. Then they dance away the night away at their hometown. Less driving means less chance for something to happen to them. It really boils down to a matter of safety for our students to have prom in town. The Brandon Center is the only location in town suitable for noise, but the noise restrictions requirement force us to close prom by 10 p.m. The music is confined inside the building, similar to most restaurants and bars that are open much later than the requested midnight. Students are required to be in school part of the day, then girls have to go get ready, pictures are taken at Riverside, then they have to go to dinner. If we rush, we can have prom at 8 o'clock. That gives them time to have everything they need to have done, and we're not rushing them around. If we start at prom at 8, that means you're forced us to close prom at 10 o'clock, which is 2 hours for prom, which doesn't seem realistic. We're simply asking you to extend the hours for 2 hours past the regular time, which includes time for cleanup for our vendors after the fact. I was not part of planning prom last year, so I don't know all the details of exactly what happened and what went down, but I know there was some stuff that happened, so I was trying to do the best to make sure we did everything by the books. So I read the city ordinances, and I see what I was supposed to do, and we came up with having a special event form. I took the special event form to Leisure Services, and I was told, no, let's not do that. Let's just write a letter of what you want and get everything done. So I was shocked when I saw that we're on the agenda today later on, and Leisure Services does not recommend you accept any of our requests, not a single one of them. Yes, I asked for a lot more than other people have asked for before, but everything boils down to a matter of safety. Yes, we asked to have Riverside Drive closed for a few hours so that way students can come and take their pictures and not have to worry about crossing the street with busy traffic and have a place to park. Yes, we asked to reduce the cost because we have to pay for prom ourselves. The junior class steering committee was responsible for raising all the funds. It's close to $27,000 that we're required to raise in order to host prom here in New Smyrna. $27,000 is a lot for a population that's 47% free and reduced lunch. So we're trying to keep our costs low. Yes, we asked to have our hours extended, but we're asking for just 2 additional hours so that way we can have prom until midnight and then have someone come in and clean it.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you, teacher. Good evening, sir.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Tim Merrick, Principal of New Smyrna Beach High. I work at 1015 10th Street, New Smyrna Beach. However, I'm a resident of Oak Hill and a graduate of New Smyrna Beach High School as well. I'm before you today because I ask as well that we at least extend the hours of the noise ordinance so that the students can, our junior and senior class, who are very mature junior and senior class, can have a dance that keeps them out beyond 10 o'clock. They're in school all day. They got to rush home. They got to get their hair done. They got to change. They got to eat. They can keep the business local for our businesses with restaurants. But safety is my biggest concern with kids going back and forth from Daytona to here. I've been at the high school for about 17 years, and sometimes there are emergencies and parents have to drive all the way to Daytona when we used to have it at the racetrack. But it's not an attractive event for us if we have to close at 10 o'clock. I assure you we respect the rules set forth in your contract. We're able to use the facility. We won't abuse it. The noise is contained inside the building. We have 2 law enforcement officers there. We have a bunch of supervisors, adult supervisors from our campus, like our sponsors here, administration. We make sure that everything is kosher on the inside and on the outside. I hope that you give us strong consideration in making this opportunity available for our parents that like to drop their kids off, parents that like to loan their cars, knowing their kids are going to be a short distance. It'd be a real big help. I know you had a group of people here over the last couple of months that were there about some things that, about a prior event that we had at the high school. We did have some significant waits for kids, which I apologize for, but we got all the kids in that stayed, and we had a large number of kids that stayed. So I hope your decision today has nothing to do with what they were here for, because I don't come here and debate school at the city commission meeting. So thank you for hearing me.
Principal, thank you for your work and for your comments, sir. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name's Robert Lease. My address is 1320 South Riverside Drive, as well as 1315 Magnolia. I just want to reinforce my neighbor Carl's comments. Thank you all for putting the stop work order on the tower. It's great. My understanding is that the city may not be able to stop these towers, so I would ask that we could find out how that works. I know we're going to have a meeting about it, but I want to make sure that you all know that there's quite a few residents here from Riverside Drive tonight, and we're pretty adamant about it. But thank you for your work so far. I just get concerned that if it's out of your hands, where are we going to stand? Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lease. If you're here from Riverside, would you please stand up and be recognized? I want to see who's here. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Lease.
Good evening. Joe Dluback, 3587 Casalta Circle. I have to applaud the Commission and City staff on its initiative to address the recent flooding within the city. I'm not alone, just look at the attendance at the kickoff meeting. But it wasn't quite obvious to me whether the study was to address just Ian or Ian and Nicole. The words implied Ian, but in fact there were pictures in the presentation having to do with Nicole.
I believe that the two storms so close together represented a unique opportunity for us. Ian being a rain event, Nicole a storm surge, we have an opportunity to address both issues and to provide complementary solutions to both challenges, and we ought to take advantage of that. My other point has to do with the moratorium. It should be, currently it is A and AE zones, and it is for just new permits. My recommendation is that it should be citywide and also address projects that have not yet been approved but have not been initiated. It makes no sense to start a construction when the design may be flawed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Hi, Cindy Smezak, 512 Yukon. I'm going to cover 4 topics in 3 minutes, and then I need to leave. I apologize for that. First, I want to congratulate you, Khalid. I thought you did a magnificent job facilitating such a large number of people who were very passionate about what they wanted to say. You came across as very respectful. I think people felt heard, and it was a pleasure to watch it on television. I bring that up because I also think you, Mayor, have done a wonderful job in managing public input at this meeting. So, like what you just did, right? So you can see you can read the room and see how much support's in the room, as well as how you maintain order during a meeting. So I would hope that you would think very carefully about a suggestion that was made at the last meeting before you proceed in that direction. There was a thought that perhaps people needed to sign up in advance in order to speak at the meeting. In my heart, having been to public meetings in Windsor, Connecticut, and other places that I have lived, that will have a very chilling effect on the amount and the type of input that you get on the topics that you're considering. So I'd ask you not to go in that direction if it's something you're serious about. Parking task force, my concern is, and I'm in favor of improving parking because I don't think it's done well. There's no, in the laundry list of things that are examples of what the committee, the task force, should consider, there is no mention of canal side parking in a structure. Somebody mentioned that should be there. There was no mention of limiting the number of hours somebody could park, which is an automatic way to make sure you don't turnover. And the number of people on a task force, being 5, that may have come because it's proposed that you each have a vote, but 5 people, if you think, well, I think it says that in there, that each commissioner will nominate or will nominate one person for the vote. So that seems a weird way to do it unless I read that wrong. Also 5, if you want to have, in the proposal, 2 business owners from Flagler, 2 business owners from Canal, that leaves 1 resident. So at a minimum, I think it would have to be 6, and 6 is a way to force support towards the best ideas. 5, it's easy to get that majority, right? But with 6, you really have to have compelling arguments. The other thing is, I know that there's a commission benefit approval up for review tonight. I'm concerned that there was no prior authorization for whatever has been going on for some number of years. But regardless of that, commissioners run for this office, and so they're not employees, and I don't think we should treat them as employees. So that second item, which deals with employee benefits, opting out, which businesses do to reduce costs, and the pension and the life insurance, just don't make a lot of sense to me. Your
Thank you, ma'am.
salary and
Appreciate your
expenses,
comments.
great.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Kelly, 708 South Cooper Street, Jess Romero. As I sit here and listen to the people talk, going back to the city manager's comments earlier about the canal cleaning. Application had to be filled, and it's great, but the thing is, after that's cleaned, are we going to have a scheduled cleaning, for example? Are we going to be at 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? When's the last time it was cleaned? So that's one thing that I thought about I might want to bring up there. I want to commend the commissioners and the new mayor on how quickly you act. It's amazing how somebody came up here last meeting and spoke about a crosswalk on Washington. It's there, 2 weeks later. I came to this commissioner about 6-8 months ago and brought up two issues. One was the four-way stop sign on Cooper, which we don't have, because Cooper's a thoroughfare that goes from 3rd all the way up to Florida. There's a four-way stop sign on Horton. What's it there for? That ends in Oakwood. Doesn't go anywhere. But yet, that never came about, and nobody spoke about it afterwards. I also brought up the crosswalks on on Atlantic between 2nd and Flagler that are faded. The signs are faded. It's the law. We have a lot of residents, people that come here as tourists, don't know it's the law for you to stop at a crosswalk there. So that's not there. The signs are faded and they're old. They should be the international green signs for one thing. And that never happened, it's still there. It's still faded. You can't hardly see the crosswalk on 2nd and Ocean, and also on 2nd and I believe it's Columbus in there. Now, the caveat that I gave at the time was that if the city plans on resurfacing the street anytime soon, let's not paint them yet. Wait till you get it resurfaced and paint it. But it's been 6 months or more and it hasn't happened. So I like to have a little action on that. I hear a lot about Pioneer Exchange and a lot about the parking authority on Flagler and on Canal Street. And it's been going on, like I think Commissioner Hartman said, about 6-7 years ago. Been going on here. But one thing I want to bring up is that on the ARPA funding, you mentioned $190K for Flagler Avenue, but you don't say what you're going to do on Flagler Avenue. What's the purpose of that money for? Now, may I remind some of the commissioners that were present and some that were not commissioners yet at a meeting we had in Coronado Center back in, I'd say 2-3 years ago. The city engineer came and showed us with the engineering company what they were going to do on Flagler Avenue on the corner peninsula and Flagler. How were they going to make the road a little wider, that kind of stuff there. But the people, the citizens of the area said, no, we don't want this here. All right? It was overwhelmingly voted down, and that went away. But now we're back to this money on Flagler. We don't know where it's going to. So I just see on the ARPA funding is a detailed explanation of what somebody's going to go to. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess, for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the public participation part of the meeting? Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi. My name is Tim Leonard. I live at 886 South Myrtle Avenue. And I suppose the larger picture is regarding the long swath of property that runs along Florida East Coast Railway from State Road 44 to 10th, parallel to South Myrtle Avenue. And I saw that, and I don't exactly know the terminology in the agenda, that planning and zoning and I guess city staff had approved something about creating an egress into that large wooded area that would open the floodgate for future development. And I guess I'm trying to discourage the commission from allowing this. I believe it's a vacation. It's at the end of 7th Street. It's diagonal from the middle school. And it's owned by the Utilities Commission, if I'm not mistaken, adjacent to 2 private lots. And some sort of bargain is being arranged where the individual that owns those 2 lots will, again, I don't know all the terminology, well, it's to create a right-of-way. And again, it's in the weeds somewhere, and I was just trying to find it on a PDF, because I saw it earlier at home. And I'm very familiar with that property. I went to school for environmental science. There's critical infrastructure in there, a large network of canals, which I believe are more effective than enclosed culverts, and with the flooding that we've all suffered. There's a number of reasons why that land ought to be preserved. It is quite unique. It's right in the heart of town. It's significant. And I could go on and on, man. Well, I've only gone on for 50 seconds. That's not bad, considering I made a rant. My notes are all over the place. Oh, here's a good one. I was on the Citizens Advisory Board for Parks and Rec from 2012 to 2017. And one of the tasks that we were given by city staff was to make recommendations for future parks locations. Out of that came Holland Park off of Pioneer Trail. But I made a recommendation, granted this would be a large undertaking, of trying to preserve at least a portion, specifically the corner of Myrtle. And as you go over the overpass, it's a very picturesque view of the canopy that goes down the thing there. And just given its location, whatever, I made a proposal, and we voted on it in that board, and it was unanimous. But nothing ever came of it. I don't believe it was brought before the commission at the time. Granted, this was in 2013.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I went over.
Good evening. I'm Margie Lentz on 906 South Riverside Drive. I came here tonight with my neighbors over the concern about the cell tower, but I'm so impressed to hear that a crosswalk got installed after one meeting. I wanted to bring to your attention, I had spoken with David Ray and with maintenance, and he really helped us get our alley paved or repaved between Douglas Street and under the South Bridge. But there's a very dangerous pull out from the alley onto Douglas Street. He was able to paint lines on the road so that people wouldn't park there, but unfortunately leaves and puddles and dirt cover the yellow lines. I had requested, and he was going to look into putting signs up that just say no parking between signs so that it would be safe to pull out from the alley. So I was hoping maybe since the crosswalk got done so quickly, maybe that could move to the top of the list too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Anyone else like to participate in the public participation of our meeting tonight? Seeing none, public participation is closed. Thank you very much for your comments. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Does any member of the commission wish to remove any item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. We have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Okay. City Clerk, Madam, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, on to administrative and new business. We have item number 7A, the consideration of Brannan Center fees. Manager, would you like to set this up before
Yes,
Director
please.
Salazar speaks?
Sure, absolutely. As you know, the Brannan Center, when it was built, the idea was to have the Brannan Center to kind of like support itself. And so since that time, we just haven't had the good luck of making it happen where it's actually breaking even. We had hurricanes, we have damage at the Brannan Center. However, we used a half fee during the pandemic as well. I think we have done fairly good job in trying to promote the Brannan Center and making some additional revenue, but I don't think we have got to the point where we're extremely happy with it. So I have asked Leisure Services Director to look at the fees for the Brannan Center. That's one thing. And the other thing is we have received quite a bit of requests for waivers on using the Brannan Center, whether it's the non-profit organizations or any other organizations. So I have asked him to come up with some options to show us where we can break even in terms of the operating cost and see where we could have additional revenues in terms of promoting the facility and having some events and some conferences, weddings, possibly maybe comedy show, jazz festival. whatever it is. So he has presented a couple of options for the commission, so I want to have him to go through it. He will make a recommendation, and then we will be more than happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor and Commission. I've got a quick slideshow, about 10 slides. I'm going to go through it, and then I'd like to answer questions at the end if possible. Some of the factors that I considered and staff and I reviewed in putting this proposal together for you, reviewing both internal and externally organized events, so that's events that the city is hosting at the center, and then also third-party events, weddings, conferences, as Khalid explained previously. Accessibility, making it still readily available for our citizens. Didn't want to restrict or impede any, deter people from being able to access the building from fees. We talked about resident rate. I have that as a consideration, and then nonprofits, as Khalid alluded to as well. This is a 5-year comparison of the last 5 fiscal years of the total reservations, the total revenue generated over the last 5 years from the center. As you can see, fiscal 22 was substantially higher than any of the past 5 fiscal years. As Khalid stated, we're on the right track with the revenue generation for the facility, but we're not quite at the stage of breaking even as we were hoping. On the bottom chart, you can see the operating budgets and the employee costs for the current fiscal year and fiscal 22. There's a difference of about $138,000 in those budgets. Some historical data. Along with the last slide, this kind of shows the rentals that have been paid in full and the volume of rentals that have received discounts or fee waivers from the past handful of fiscal years. Actually, this is from the inception of the center. This is from when the building opened. So that's just a reference point. These are the current prices that we are charging for use of the center. These prices went into effect February of 21. They went into effect due to the COVID pandemic to help continue to drive business and get people to come rent the center. And these prices are about 50% of what the original proposed prices that we were charging at the center when the building opened. So this chart there's a lot of numbers, so I'm going to break it down for you so you can understand what they are. There's 5 different fee structures proposed on this chart. There's the original rate, the promo rate, which is the current rates that we're charging. Proposed rates 1 and 2, those are just slight increases and staggered options. There's the operating break-even option. The operating break-even option is strictly operating costs and excludes employee costs from the budget. So if we were just looking at the operating budget from, I believe it was a couple slides back, where I showed it was 246 or 56K for fiscal 22, it would just be that portion of the budget. And then the total break-even is including the operating and the employee costs. So these would be the rates that we would need to charge to get either to break even excluding employee or to break even with employee costs based off the volume of rentals from fiscal 22. So first column are fiscal 22 rentals. This would be the revenue projected with the volume of rentals we had in fiscal 22 based off the fee structure proposed in the previous slide for each proposal. This builds in $100,000 of fee waivers and discounts across the board for each proposal. Now, obviously, as the fees go up or down, the volume of fee waivers changes, so fewer or more fee waivers, but the $100,000 was an approximation of internal events or COVID discounts or reduced rates that over the course of a fiscal year that we would give out to the public. My recommendation, based off the data that I've had from those fiscal years of analysis, is to propose the operating budget break-even rates, which is the second from last column on the right. We talked about nonprofits previously. These are 4 options. I'm presenting options. The current option is option 1, where nonprofits submit a fee waiver request to our staff. I bring the request to you. You guys are the authority on whether we say yay or nay. I propose we move with option 2 of the 50% discount to nonprofits or those who qualify. We have some guidelines that I'll review on the next slide for issuing those discounts. This would standardize the requests for these fee waivers. I also propose that this moves to the director level or city manager level and takes this off the commission. This has been previously used unofficially, where the leisure services director had the authority to issue a discount for fee waiver requests when Nancy Maddox was the leisure services director. Some bolded guidelines and recommendations. Per the commission's request, I have introduced, or I'm proposing to introduce, a discount for New Smyrna Beach citizens at the Brannan Center. That can be a 10% discount or a flat fee, and I'm seeking guidance if there's an appetite for that from the commission. I'm proposing the deposit is required for all rental reservations, including reservations that receive a fee waiver or discount. New fee waivers or discounted rentals are only permitted Monday through Thursday, not including the citizen discount. So if you're a nonprofit or you have a full waiver, which will, whatever option we propose or choose to go with, those would only be granted on Monday through Thursday, leaving the Friday through Sunday prime windows for rentals and revenue generation open. I'm also proposing 1 fee waiver or discount is allowed per organization per year. We would offer summer or seasonal rates June through August at the Brannan Center. Those seasonal rates proposed would be the equivalent of the promotional rates that are currently in as the rates we're charging. So, summer is the slowest time of year at the Brannan Center. June through August is the least amount of volume for rentals. So trying to entice some business in those months was the driving force behind that recommendation. As I mentioned previously, the Leisure Services Director had the authority to approve a 25% nonprofit discount without having to go to commission when Nancy Maddox was the director. That was probably 3 years ago. And if adopted, these guidelines would govern all City of New Smyrna Beach buildings managed by the Leisure Services Department. Questions?
Thank you for your presentation, Rob. Appreciate that. And I'm sure we have a lively discussion about this one. Vice Mayor.
Rob, why do you consider are there criteria for nonprofits? Because I know there's almost anybody and everybody can do a nonprofit and set it up and not be active for 5 or 6 years and, you know, the whole 9 yards.
Sure, we have a nonprofit request that is submitted through the staff currently. You fill out the form, you submit your 501c3, and we basically take your request. That's the standard operating currently, and we bring it to you.
Okay. So are you proposing changing that, vetting that in some way or fashion?
Not at this time. If that's the commission's wish, we can go back and review that process as well.
I certainly think that needs to be reviewed and looked at, maybe even some past data on where we were with those, that we've done that with.
What type of dive into the request? So you want me to check the activeness of the nonprofit? Is that what you're looking for? Or I'm just looking for further guidance.
What's the industry standard? Does anybody else give discounts for nonprofits?
Certainly, yes. Typically, it's a percentage from what we've seen.
But do they just take any nonprofit? I don't care.
From what I'm seeing, a current nonprofit, well, I mean, if we want to restrict on geographical location, that would be something we can look at. But industry standard, from research that I've done and experience I've seen, is a percentage. Whether that's a 25% or 50%, it would just vary on municipality. It could potentially vary on the facility, so.
For the 2023 reservations, I know you did up till December. What have you got projected as reservations from now till October 1?
Sure. So the Brandon Center we are right now on par with our fiscal 22 figures. We're maybe a tick behind. We're right there. I would project similar volume of reservations at the center. We currently are experiencing, every weekend we're booked. We have something going on. The weekdays during our peak seasons, we have 7 days a week booked. We have stuff going on with external reservations primarily. The vast majority of the time in season. Now, when we get to the slower months, May, June, July, August, we'll slow down a little bit. And that's when I've talked with Ron and Khalid about doing some of the internal programming and special events along those lines at the center to continue to drive the revenue up. But right now, I'd say we're on par with 22.
Okay. If we adopt a new fee schedule, how would that affect those who already have reservations in? Would they be grandfathered in?
Existing reservations would be honored at the current rate they were booked at.
Okay.
That's what I would propose.
And so your recommendation is to do proposed number 1, if that's correct?
My recommendation is to
Next slide, other way.
utilize, second from right, the operating break-even figure. Those would be the rates, second from right, that row.
Okay. Some of your guidelines and recommendations, I support the 10% discount for residents. I agree with all the rental reservations need to have pay the reservations. Monday through Thursday, I support that. Your 1 fee waiver per year, is that a calendar year, fiscal year?
Calendar. The reason I say calendar is because that's the easier calendar for the people to understand.
Yeah, but
if I say it has to be a fiscal year and you have a rental in October and then you want to have another rental in, or I should say a rental in September, then you can have another rental in December. And that's kind of confusing, I would think, to people who, we can go fiscal. I mean, it's not set in stone.
But I see the opposite side of that. If I rent it for December 31st and then January 1st, I'm getting 2 rentals back to back.
Sure, you could do it either way.
So
Sure.
yeah, I'm just
I can define that further.
And then I support giving you some latitude to where you're not coming to us every time for discounts. I think that is between you and the city manager to come up with that number, at what number that is, or a percentage is going to be. I certainly would support that. I don't think that everything needs to come to us. We're a policy-making board and not necessarily in the waiver business.
Sure.
We got away from that with special magistrate as far as leniencies, so I like going in that direction. Thank you very much for your presentation. For your nonprofits, do you have you have 4 options for your nonprofits too? Are you just looking mainly 50% or?
That would be my recommendation. I think that option is the most consistent with other municipalities that I've seen.
Okay.
So that would be my goal.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Martin?
Can we afford to keep using the Brannon Center when our total break even is less than 50%? Or when our revenue is less than 50% of our total break even, one does worry. And I noticed that option 2 doesn't even cover our break even. So I have to ask, how much red are we willing to swallow? And for the budget wonks on the dais, I think that's a reasonable question, because functionally what we're deciding to do is how much red we're gonna accept. Suggestion, let's see, that since, and I noticed that promo, I believe, refers to the operating break even, not the total break even, right? On option 2, discount?
The option 2 discount is just a scaled increase rather than, that was an option just present to you guys to define the
Okay,
temperature.
well, if we did 2, I guess I noticed, you know, the first line, 500 with
Sure.
a total break even of 1,300, and I'm saying, holy moly. That's a lot of red ink for a Thursday evening. Okay, on the, since our NSB resident or rental locations are subsidized by our property taxes, I would ask that you use property tax receipts to determine NSB citizens, because that's who's paying for it, all this red ink. And whatever pricing mechanism we choose, I'd like to see it just go ahead and apply to all our rental locations. The other thing is to get around calendar versus fiscal year, it may be one reservation per 12-month period, meaning each person gets, if I grab a reservation in April, I then cannot have another one for 12 months from that date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Perine?
Thank you for all of this. Question for you. My vote is going to be for take it to the break-even status. But with that, did you build in a little more vacancy rate because of the rates increasing? And is it
You're
going to be
referencing the far right column?
Yeah.
I have a little buffer built in, but I mean, it's not that substantial. There's not, I wouldn't say it's more substantial than any of the other ones.
And I was surprised to hear your low months with the number of weddings. What are our options for those summer months to focus on that more?
Those months, I've been in discussions with staff to bring expos, conferences, internal programming. We had some comedy shows lined up previously that fell through with issues that previous commission had to deal with. Special events. So those are some of the options we'd like to bring forward in the less trafficked months, and we're going to continue to do so. You know, one of the options I think you asked previously when I was up here was the seasonal rate, and that's why I tried to incorporate that as well. One thing the current fee structure does not allow for is much flexibility. So if we're approached by a conference within a month of when they're trying to have a conference or something along those lines, and they say, hey, we want to come in and we want to rent the building, and I don't have anything on that date. Well, I've got hard structured fees I have to follow. Instead of having an empty building, I can only offer them this. Something we've talked about, and it's not really in here, but allowing myself or staff, probably me, the ability to negotiate and say, hey, we have this empty space, you know, you're last minute, why don't you come in at a reduced rate, something along those lines. So, and that, I think, would be something you would see more in the summer when we have that greater availability for the center. So,
That's a good idea.
I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Can I ask one more
Oh,
question?
yeah, go right
Sure,
ahead.
thanks.
Sure.
I'm trying to understand what we're trying to achieve. In other words, if we try to book more reservations that don't even break in even on the operating expense, let alone the total expense, are we asking to lose money at a faster rate? I mean, I'm just a little confused what we're trying to accomplish.
The task I have been tasked with is to increase the revenue generated at the Brand Center and get as close to break even as possible. That's what this slideshow is designed to present.
So if we reduce revenue, or reduce, you know, like summer rates, or whatever we do, or whatever, everything I can see is that right now we're trying to book more events that each one has us lose a lot of money. So, I mean, I need to understand how booking events is eventually going to get us closer to break even.
I guess my question to you is, where do you see that booking events is losing revenue? I'm trying to propose the fee. Which chart?
Okay, it doesn't much matter. I look at, let's see, proposed number 2, rate, no, I had it doesn't matter.
Okay.
First one.
Yeah.
Proposed number 2, rate, 500. Total break even, 1,300.
Sure.
So as I see it, if I book 10 of these $500 rates, I have a revenue of 5,000,
Yes.
but a total break even, at least the way this is laid out, of 13,000. So I've lost 8,000.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you can interpret that. So if the total break even is 1,300 that's including staffing for the budget. Okay.
Right, yeah.
So the operating break even is 800. So
Which is irrelevant because the cost to have that event is 1,300, right?
So I guess I'm just trying to show you the realisticness
Okay.
of the actual break even.
There's a couple of issues at play. One, we're trying to generate more usage of the facility to generate more revenue. I think if Rob had a magic wand and could wave it and decide what fee he would have, as a good businessman, he would go to total break even. I think Rob offered some lesser options in case the commission didn't have the desire to raise the rate to the full break even point.
I understand that. Thank
Okay.
you, Rod. I guess the bottom line is I have to ask, how much are we willing to continue losing on the building? What does it do for us as a city to decide, and therefore we decide how much renting we're willing to take to decide what this building means to us as a city? It's a different way of looking at it.
Yes, it is a very unique building, absolutely, first of all, with it having its own budget. You know, a lot of times municipal buildings are, as you know, when they're in the general fund, it's not as high profile and spotlighted as a individual building like this. So it's a unique situation with the brand.
Ron, did you have some more?
No, I'm
Okay, good. Yes, Vice Mayor.
You're still going to have employee costs whether the building has an event or not have an event.
That's right.
So
Yes, sir.
you have to,
It's sunk.
it's it. You can't say employees go home for the weekend because we have nothing booked and we're not going to pay you, come back Monday and we'll start all over again. So,
Well, that's why I tried to pull that out,
Right.
because that cost is happening regardless.
yes.
True, that is a fixed cost, but even if we look at just the operating, we're not even trying to cover operating. So it's again, how much are we willing to lose, I think is a reasonable question. When we worry about 10,000 here and 15,000 there, say for police or fire, but we're saying we're willing to accept several hundred in
Commissioner
loss
Martin,
here.
I want to illustrate this. On slide 3, if you look at the fiscal year 22 total revenue that we brought in, 232,000, okay? Total operating budget, so this is excluding employee cost, $257,000. So we are not that far away. It's 25, that was $25,000 difference. In comparison to the previous years where we are substantially $120,000, $130,000.
No, I see that we're changing, although I don't understand how we dismiss the employee budget. So maybe it's something I don't understand. In other words,
well,
I know those are fixed costs, but to suggest that, like right now, we're showing, what do we have? Total 50 revenue at 232, but nevertheless, our budget was about 5. So, and taking the employees out of there doesn't make any sense because we had those employees, that part of that fixed cost. And Rob, I'm not challenging any of your money, any of your proposals, anything else. I just think it's realistic to simply say, how much are we willing to lose?
Absolutely.
Got it. City Manager,
If
I know
may,
you want to point.
Mayor, that's a good question, Commissioner Martin. The question is, currently, how much are we losing? So the idea is,
No, the question is how much are we
Okay,
willing
well,
to lose?
No, I'm
let's
saying-
have some order here. No, I want Khalid to speak, and then you can respond after that, if that's all
what I'm
right.
saying is, right now, we're losing X dollars. My goal is, I wanted to break even. So it's gonna be gradually going up. So if you look at this slide right here, and you look from 2018 to 2022, except in 2020 when we have the pandemic, it seems like the number is growing. So the idea is you will set it at this fee where we break it even on the operating cost, but also to get more events, have scheduled events, and that hopefully eventually will get you to the break even. So how much am we willing to lose? I'm willing to lose right now less than what I'm losing yesterday.
This slide, by the way, doesn't show the percentage. It shows revenue, but since the issue is expense versus revenue, it would be more helpful historically to see whether we're losing at a faster rate than we used to or at a slower rate than we used to.
I mean, so if you look at the sport complex, for example, the sport complex, the operating cost is almost $1 million. And what's the revenue?
I don't have the figure off the top of my head.
Does it go over 150,000?
Unlikely.
So this is part of the recreation, the leisure services that you provide to the public. So, but our goal is to make it break even. So it's going to take us some time, but I think he's moving in the right directions, and you could look at the booking, and I think we still have a lot of work to do to get it to that point, so.
So thank you, Khalid. My comments would be that we are losing, I think if you do the math, we're losing less of a rate than we previously had lost. We're closer to our break even, not including personnel, which I'm with you, than we ever have been. And so if that progresses, I'll play along. I think I would play along. I have a concern that the model may be broken. I don't know that it's the most beautiful hall in town. It's the largest. There are other halls in other cities. I don't know whether they're breaking even or making money, or whether they're, city run or not. But is there for the commission's debate someday, is there an appetite for a public-private partnership where professionals come in that know how to do this? I mean, Rob and his staff are doing a marvelous job, but there are people who make a living doing this type of work. And we've got this great center, and it's not full, and it's not booked all the time. I just don't know what's not right. And so the idea was to get him to come and talk to us so that we could offer direction. And so I appreciate your thorough examination. I would like you to be definitive on hey, I recommend this, this, and this. And so I think what I heard was 50% for the not-for-profits.
Yes, sir.
And you offered a litany of rule set changes, several of which the vice mayor said, okay, we're in. Oh, I'm not so sure about that one, so that's in there. And then lastly is a fee structure, proposed rates fee. You already give a discount today. Maybe that's to try to entice, but how fast will you get off of the deficit and into break even? And maybe we reassess at that point after we approve whatever rates you suggest that we happen to vote on. So that's kind of where my mind is. He did not ask us for a motion, but I certainly, with the other two items that follow this, is there an appetite for a motion from any commissioner?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this at break even, and the, how do we say, the specifics that Commissioner Hartman put in?
If I can clarify, Commissioner, operating break even or total break even?
Total.
And that's the stiffer rates, right? Okay. There's a motion to operate at break even, which includes employee costs, I think, and discount for not-profit. Where was that? Is that in the motion?
50%.
50%. And we'll have Commissioner Hartman go through his yeses and nos and see if we can line up with that. Is there a second to that motion? If there is, we can keep talking about it. Okay, the motion dies. Rob, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
I'll make a motion that we set their fee structure for the operating break-even for our projected rates, and then use option number 2 for nonprofits, and that we approve the guidelines and recommendations pending the city manager's blessings.
Yeah. Or I think it's better just to move it for the city manager approval with working with the,
Yes.
because usually that's what happened, and I think it just makes it a lot simpler.
Do you have appetite to amend that to that
Yes.
motion, Render? Okay, so is there a second? I'll second that. I think I'm in order, right? Okay, very good. And Randy, restate your motion so that we can understand again, and we can hear from Commissioner Perrine and Commissioner Martin.
So my motion is to set the proposed rates for all city buildings, not just at Brandon, at the operating break-even rate. With regards to nonprofit, is that we do option 2, which is the 50% reduction with the director's approval, and then accept the guidelines and recommendations that were presented to us with the city manager having the final say-so as far as anything in addition to that.
Okay, thank you for restating. And for Commissioner Perrine and Commissioner Martin, I favor the stair step. I mean, we can get there at a shock, but we may not get there. So this is in the right direction, and we could do it. We could readdress next month, next quarter, next year, and we're moving in the right direction. Is where I was trying to get us go, rather than to be all stopped. So that was the idea behind mine. Any other commissioner have a comment? Yes, ma'am.
Can we add to Randy's motion 1 reservation per 12-month period, and using property tax receipts? I mean, are we going to allow a resident discount? And if so, by property tax receipt?
Are you making an amendment to my motion?
So without getting tied up in the Roberts rules, there are 2 ideas that she has there, and I think you'd be aligned. We have the back and forth between fiscal year and calendar year. If we do it every 12 months, that goes away. And so I think that's clarity. And then her other stipulation was be a real resident, and note this is her technique allows not to trick it. If you've got your tax receipt, you're full on a resident and paid the freight. I think that was the, rather than just prove you're a resident. It was specific with the tax receipt.
I support the idea and the thought. I don't want to put it in the motion because I want them to have an opportunity to think about it and see how they know what our guidance is and what the intent is, and then Khalid and Rob can work that out and figure out what language fits the needs going forward.
Then are we better served to table this until it's fully formed?
You could, but you gotta item 7B and C, which will
Sure.
need to be voted
and
on.
Next commission meeting, you'll have 32 nonprofits before you want in fee waivers and everybody trying to get on the books. I
hear what you're saying, but meanwhile, we're.
I don't want to I just don't want to tie their hands on those two issues until they've had a chance to discuss it.
Why don't we ask them if they have input?
I think this becomes a policy issue more than the commission in terms of the calendar and so forth. I think if you just have the motion for the fees, I think that would be sufficient for us. So we'll just give you the policy at some other meeting and just for your information.
That sounds very clear. I like that.
Yeah, because my concern is if we're going to do it across the board to all buildings, I mean, we rent Live Oak to the seniors. In order to get the discount, does one of them, Meals on Wheels, does one of them have to be a city resident to get the discount? And, so I think there's questions that I think is a policy procedure, and, that should come back to us.
Would you care to amend the motion to remove the laundry list of gotta-haves and just go with the fees, make your motion just as fee structure? And leave it to Khalid and Rob to come back with this at a later date, these details?
If I may, can we do a motion on the fee structure and the nonprofits, and Colin and I will workshop the guidelines and then present to you final, what we've come up with? Is that the temperature I'm trying to hear?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Restate your motion, please,
So my
Commissioner.
motion is to set the fee structure for all city buildings operated by Leisure Service. For recommendation number 1, is that the fee be operating break-even rates. And then number 2, that any nonprofit get the option 2 that was presented to us, a 50% discount, it's standardized, has director or city manager approval. And that's it.
Good. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, very good. Any more discussion? Commissioner Martin?
Just a quick question. You talked about option 1, and I don't understand where that came in. I
That's what we're
understand
doing
option
today.
2.
That's what we're doing today, I think, is option 1.
I didn't say option 1, I said the operating break-even rate, and option 2 for the
Okay, thanks.
nonprofits.
Okay. Anybody unclear? I'm with it. You got it? All right.
I
Yes,
just wanna-
yes, city manager, one more
Just
time.
one thing. I will have a quarterly report on the revenue for you. And so this is hopefully, I'm hoping that this is a full year where we have without any natural disaster or any other issues that might affect the building. So that gives us a good indication if we're going in the right direction or not. And if we're not, then we will come back to you with some other proposals.
Excellent.
Like a public-private partnership or whatever.
I think we look forward to that. That's very, very good. And so before we call the question here, mindful that 7B and C will be reflective, will have to be instructive to what we vote on here going forward. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rob. Don't go away. Next item is 7B, consideration New Smyrna Beach High School's request for a fee waiver. We've heard 2 speakers on that tonight on a tangent situation on the timing. That can be worked out separately. But as far as their fee waiver, based on what we just did, do I have a motion to consider this?
So is this just on the fee waiver or all of their requests?
Yeah, Mayor, there is 4 other requests along with the waivers in terms of the extending the 2 hours on the noise ordinance, also closing off Riverside. and then they will need additional 2.5 hours to extend the event from 11 to 1:30. So based on Rob's review, I think he's only recommending I guess, none of them?
No, sir. So the high school submitted the letter to our office as we requested. And the letter entailed a lot of, and I'll just read verbatim from it. The city block off Riverside Drive from the Brandon Center to the end of Riverside Park from 4 to 9 p.m. on April 14th to allow students and their families the opportunity to take pictures on the pier without the hassle of parking while in their formal wear, and to allow them to park closer to the venue when returning home from the dance. Second bullet, waiver of the fee rental of the cost of the Brandon Center. Third item, waiver of the fee to extend the rental from to 1:30 a.m. to allow the dance to end at midnight and give vendors a chance to take down decorations. Fourth item, extension of the city's noise ordinance until midnight to allow the dance to continue until 12 a.m. And the fifth and final item was the extension of the same consideration annually for New Smyrna Beach High School prom. So that was the request received by our office that we're bringing to you for consideration this evening. My recommendation, well, it will not be a popular recommendation, I fully understand that, is we're in the middle of trying to standardize our fees and our fee structure with the Brandon Center, and this is not something I want to open a can and set a precedent to do. I would defer that to you, but my recommendation would be to deny this request. A little historical data. In 2022, New Smyrna Beach High School paid $1,800 to rent the Brandon Center, plus an additional $500 for 2 additional hours for the entire event to be complete by midnight. Total of $2,300 were paid in 22. The Brandon Center hosts proms for Atlantic High School, Pine Ridge High School, and Trinity Academy High Schools. All these proms pay the rental fee and conclude their events by 10 p.m. and are out of the center by 11 p.m. So those are, as I view from the department and the operating perspective, those are my concerns with this request. I don't think that I'm not trying to single out New Smyrna Beach High or treat them unfairly. I'm trying to treat them like everybody else who frequents the Brandon Center. That's where my perspective is coming from. So that's where I am.
Okay, we have a recommendation, so to move this along in order with parliamentary procedure, let's have a motion so we can keep going. If there is no motion, this will die, and we'll have to do, the request will not be approved, I guess. Is there a motion of any part of what they've asked for to be offered?
So my question to you about the noise ordinance. It's 10 p.m. at the Brandon Center?
Yeah.
It's 10 p.m. for the city.
For the city, but,
So our rentals typically end at 10.
right.
And then they shut down at 10, and then they're out by 11. That's standard operating at the Brandon.
But last year, we rented them for an extra 2 hours, and
We did, and we told them at the time, it was either Mayor Owen or Kala, I'm not sure which, that would be the last year of doing so. And that was what my
so
staff
we,
was.
so we did enforce the ordinance last year.
This is why I'm presenting to
We
you.
extended it last year, and then we received complaints from across the river from Richmond Drive. We receive complaints all the time from Richmond Drive on any of the businesses adjacent to the Brandon Center in terms of noise and lights.
Okay.
But we did extend it last year. Commission approved it for 2 hours.
Any other discussion? I'd love a motion to either, even just to move this along from a parliamentary procedure.
Make a motion, we accept staff's recommendation.
A motion to accept the staff recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
All right. So the motion on the floor and the second is to deny all of these to New Smyrna High School. Any more discussion?
I'd like to make one quick comment.
Yep.
The date is available for them to have it. They can have their prom at the Brandon Center and just comply with the rules that are in place.
Yeah,
And
that
the fee
didn't
structure.
require any motion or anything.
Correct. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah. Okay. There don't seem to be any other comments. My personal one sends a bad signal to the high school. I think it is unreasonable to start a prom at 8 and be out at 10. So I don't know about the noise thing. We have bigger noise issues than there. And I was just upset about the cost. I wanted them to bear more of the cost, and not set a precedent for the other. You've enlightened us with all the other high schools that use the facility. So I would enforce that across the board like that. So any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Well, that raises another question that so they can pay to have it open extended hours.
That was a one-time special permission grant that we allowed last year. And Mayor Cleveland, if I may, the other high schools who host prom typically start around 6 p.m. And I'm not a student, and I'm not a parent of a high school student. I don't know how long it takes to get ready for prom if I'm a 16-year-old girl. But if Atlantic and Pine Ridge can do it, I'm not sure why NSB cannot.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Rob. Ma'am.
Let me ask this, can we do a compromise and instead of doing 10, do 11 and then give them an opportunity to work that out for the following year, knowing that we're going to stop it at 10 and let them be prepared for that? Instead of midnight, we go to 11 and 1 hour instead of 2.
Well, I would note that they were told last year, so they've already had a year's warning, and I have some concerns about giving anybody special treatment, because as soon as we give one group special treatment, we'll have 25 people out there all wanting their own special treatment. So I say we set the rules and stick to them, leading us back to supporting your recommendation.
Any other comments?
Do you have weddings and all events stop at 10 o'clock?
Yes, we
All
don't
events.
offer the extension past 10.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to take the recommendation of the staff. So a yes vote means no to all the high school requests. So just for clarity. And so, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the question and take roll.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Commissioner Preen,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
No.
Thank you.
All righty, motion carries. 7C, would you tee that one up, please, Rob or City Manager?
Okay, so 7C is another fee waiver request from the Marine Discovery Center for the Shore Symposium. The Shore Symposium, in synopsis, is basically a day of presentations and speakers, panels, presenting research and information to the community about the Indian River Lagoon. Speakers from Stetson, Bethune-Cookman, Volusia County Schools, UCF, FWC Commission, that type of scale, is who is scheduled to be in attendance and participating in the event. This also allows high school students and undergrad projects to be presented regarding the IRL in this type of form. That's just the scope of what's going on. I wanted to define that for you guys. Historically, this has happened at the Brandon Center about the last 3 or 4 years. They have received a fee waiver. Obviously, as we've just gone through this extensive process with this discussion we just had, it looks like we're going with the 50% discount for nonprofits. So I would make that recommendation based off consistency. My intent was to make the recommendation from what we found from the discussion that led to this. So that's where it is. As I stated, the last few years, they have received a fee waiver. This happens on a Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. I can certainly understand the desire to have the fee waived, but as I champion consistency and standardization, I can't in good faith say that the fee be waived for one and not the other. So,
Got it. Thank you for your input. Is there a motion?
Well, I have a question. So, since they've already applied prior to our previous changing of the fee structure, and the 50% rule apply, would it apply to the new fee, or you're gonna apply it to the old rental fee?
It's a great question.
Because you basically said before that everybody that's done a reservation or gone through the process would be
So
grandfathered.
based off that, then they submitted a grant request at the time for where the fee structure was the promotional rates. So I would grant the 50% off that promotional rate then.
Okay.
Is there a motion? Okay, team, we got the vote.
Yeah, well, here's the question. If I made a motion to deny the request, is I think what we're saying, because we are looking for consistency. So I could make a motion to deny the request while having it conform to the new rules at the price when they applied.
There's no requirement to make the motion in that. You can make the motion in the affirmative, saying, I'm, I don't mean to instruct you, but you could say, I move to make it with the following stipulations, which is what Rob's policy is. You could do that if you'd like.
Okay.
That's clearer.
Avoid the word deny, just make it in the affirmative.
Exactly, I'm trying to see. Okay, I make a motion to
Approve the
price because this is a matter of pricing. I said, somebody else make a motion.
Make a motion.
Because it's got the new rules.
Here we go.
I'll make a motion to approve the fee waiver grant request from Marine Discovery Center.
So motion to accept the proposal of the fee waiver as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. For clarity, this is not what you proposed, Rob, but this is a free, this is, we.
Understand.
This is, right? That's not your, just for clarity, that's not what you're proposing, but that's the motion. The motion is to give it to them at the rate under Commissioner Hartman's logic that, hey, they're already in the pipe, and,
Yep, that's
and
fine.
so they're going down. All right. We have a second? Any more discussion?
Well, the proposal is to waive the rental fee, right?
Correct.
Yes.
As written. City Clerk, call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
No.
Commissioner Martin,
No.
Commissioner Perine,
No.
Mayor Cleveland.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Rob.
So do you understand?
They pay the full fee.
They pay 50%.
Yes, we'll go with the nonprofit rate.
They'll pay for the nonprofit rate, option 2, which is your 50%.
Of
What the
Of the,
full
pro-
rate,
Of the
of the,
18.
no, of the promo.
of the promo rate, correct?
Right.
So it'll be 9. Okay, thank you, guys.
Yep.
Okay, item 7D. City Manager, would you tee that up?
During on December 15th, this was the discussion on the parking issues on Flagler and Canal. The reestablishing of the parking task force came to light. And as you heard from the chamber, we had discussion with them back in April about the same topic. However, any committee that it's formed and it is going to make a recommendation to the commission, it would be under the Sunshine Law, and that's why it would be formed under the city commission. The idea is that we came up with 5, is, we said about Flagler, Canal, and then also residents. So my idea was 1 person from Canal, 1 person from Flagler, one person from the chamber, and then 2 residents. So you have some kind of balance. The commission will select from a pool of applicants. So as soon as you approve this resolution, tomorrow we will advertise for the applications. People have to submit an application, and also they have to submit their experience and why they are interested in joining the parking task force. The commission receives all the applications, and then the commission, at one of the meetings coming up after a month, you will select, as a body, you will select 5 members to this task force. I have received some phone calls from some of the residents saying, why is it 5? Why couldn't it be more? Why couldn't it be 7? I guess you have to have an odd number. When I was thinking about it, I wanted to be as productive as possible for the task force. And normally what happens, if you have it more than 5, and it becomes a little bit out of hand. And I think when we had the 5 in 2012, I think it was very effective and productive. But the commission, if they wanted to increase it to 7, that's what you could do. Maybe 2 members, non-voting members, to be added. The Chamber of Commerce could be kind of like a subgroup to them, providing some technical information, maybe some help, survey, and whatever. They're also available. We will provide experts. We will provide staff. We will provide consultants in order to help and streamline the process for the task force in order to provide the recommendation at the end of their term. So I think 5 members is possible, but again, the commission leisure, if they wanted to increase it to 7, that's no problem. I think the idea is that they will have their report to the commission on September the 26th, and then the city manager will come back with an action plan on October the 24th. So I want it to be kind of like following on a timeline. So basically, the task force will be on February the 27th of 2023, and they will meet twice a month. And as I mentioned, staff will provide everything for them and work with them on the agenda for each meeting coming after that. I know the resolution, I think it states, I don't know if you have made the corrections, but I think we want it to be the commission to select from a pool of applicants.
Correct. Line 25 of the resolution currently states each member of the commission shall select an applicant, and then the commission shall appoint the members to serve. The manager's request is that it read each member of the commission, or the city commission shall select 5 applicants to serve on the parking task force. So instead of a 1-for-1, that you all vote as a body.
Okay, that's the proposal. Is there more to this, Colin?
Yes, sir. No, thank you.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
happy to answer any questions.
I'm sure we'll have questions. This is for us to consider. Are there questions or comments from the commission? We'll start with Commissioner Perrine.
I like the idea of 7, if we could, and do 5, and then have 1 representative from Flagler Avenue and 1 representative from Canal Street, automatically appointed for the 2.
So you're saying have 7, 5, and then the 2, 1 from Flagler, 1 from Canal?
Correct.
Anything else, Commissioner Perrine? No? Commissioner Martin?
I am concentrated on what very, very different locations Canal and Flagler are, and am concerned that there is enough difference that a small group trying to, deal with both may really not accomplish anything and would use a lot of staff time. And one of the things I'm sensitive to at the moment is how much staff time is consumed with hurricane studies. I'm concerned that this really wouldn't accomplish what we want it to, but if we wait just a couple of months or whatever you suggest, Khalid, that we might in fact be able to set up 2 task forces, 1 for Canal and 1 for Flagler. but that now is not the time to drain more staff time.
Colin, you have the best handle on the staff. How do you feel about all that?
I mean, if we're concerned about staff for one task force, I'm really concerned about staff for two task force. I think we could handle one, and I think the issue is about parking for the entire city. That's why we said it's Flagler and Canal, because that's where the two parking issues are. And I think they're similar, I mean, they're different in locations, but the parking issues, it's almost similar. What happened to Flagler has happened to Canal as we speak today. Today I came in to City Hall and I had a hard time to park there at City Hall, right here. So it's a matter of time that it would happen on Canal. So I think the issue is a common issue. It's a global issue for New Smyrna between the two areas. So I don't see any issues by discussing the Flagler and Canal on the same task force.
One of the biggest issues on Flagler are the day trippers going to the beach, and handling that really isn't a Canal issue. So, I mean, it's those kinds of things that I worry will consume everybody's time without coming to a good resolution for both areas.
Commissioner.
My experience has been with the previous task force. It was one of the best task force that I ever worked with. They came up with some recommendations. Unfortunately, not all of them they were followed, but some of them they were followed, and they have provided some revenue to the city, and one of them is the parking kiosks. So
Would love to have those implemented immediately along Flagler.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Commissioner Martin, Commissioner Hartman.
So having sit on this commission last year, I'll argue the point that we have a third section of town that also should have some consideration in the parking, being the Venetian Bay area. I don't know how many residents got up here and talked about lack of parking, what parking is going to be like once the apartments complexes go in, and not to have somebody from that area also sitting on this. If this is going to be a citywide initiative, then I think it needs to include them also. I like Commissioner Perrine's idea of FABA and Canal having automatic seats on that. And I also like what Bob had mentioned before, is to include the chamber. So I would encourage the chamber to have some people submit and apply to the things, because I don't think that the parking task force is going to have enough time to do some of the things that are going to be involved, because it's going to be such a large issue that to have that subgroup out there, the chamber and all the work that they've done over the last few months, to have them continue with that work, and then they'll have quite a bit of information that they can also bring to that, as long as they have a member there. So please, Stephanie, make sure that, if you're still out there, make sure that we get a good representation from the chamber. Also submit their application for this parking service. I do like the number 7 with the 2 being from the 2 business districts. And I'll reach out to my people of Venetian Bay. I just don't want to forget Venetian Bay, because it is also a commercial area that has parking issues that are completely different from Flagler and Canal, but it's still part of the city, and we don't want to leave them out.
Well said. Very good. I speak in favor of a task force which has a beginning and an end, not a continual growth and kick in the can. I respect Commissioner Martin's position that this is more complex and may take longer than the timeline that you have laid out, and they have the rights to come in and say, we're not done yet, or we've got this much, but we don't have the whole enchilada solved. I am a systems engineer by trade, and so I believe that it all must work together. Otherwise, like water, traffic will flow, parking will flow to the point of least resistance. So we need a systems approach rather than a point solution. I certainly appreciate Commissioner Hartman's zone as they have their growing pains as well. Similarly, a case could be made for along 3rd Avenue, along US 1. There's lots of considerations there. So I would encourage the chamber to take that role as a steward of the whole as they go down the road and help with that.
So,
That's,
but I have one more comment, I
Yeah.
forgot, I apologize. My other thoughts on this is that you're restricting who can be on this committee by someone who's not already on another board. There are several large boards that people have already committed to and are assigned to those boards. And with all of them most of them have very good credentials where I think they would be beneficial to serve on these, especially the people in Zone 4. So with doing that, we're kind of tying our hands. I understand the intent behind it, but I was just wondering if there was any way we could work around that, or?
what's the rule, Randy, you're worried about? If they're serving on other boards, they can't serve on the task force?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, we could remove the language, it's board's prerogative.
I mean, typically, that's what we have on any board, so that's why we got it there, but, I mean, if the
Right, but
commission
this is going to be a
wishes-
short board
Task
that's going to
force, that's why
sunset.
I'd hope you get a free get out of jail for it's a task force. It starts and ends.
Well, but it's still under the sunshine, so I mean, it's.
Yeah, of
it's-
course.
It's really. I
As
mean,
long
it's a
as they're
limited-
not, it's only dual office holding if both boards are decision-making boards. So as long as this one's just making recommendations, they can serve on both.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you for that clarity. That helps. If they were just making recommendations, then no problem with double assignments. You
But
have
I
a
would-
question, ma'am?
Yeah, because my concern with it is only that when we're looking for ideas, we're looking for a big variety of ideas. And if we have one person giving the same set, I mean, it restricts our ability to get more input.
Sure. I think the resolution to your challenge is a good one. Let's get out there and beat the bushes for a lot of people to submit. We'll do our due diligence to get new blood and to get new ideas as we go. That's each of our prerogatives to do. You make your case for that on the day it happens. But I say we submit to get maximum participation and show our citizenry that we really are going to move in this direction to do. Closing remarks, I want to call it for that.
I'm assuming we're going to 7, is that what I'm understanding?
We're going to need a motion, and you'll hear it clearly very soon. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to go to 7 and include the Flagler Avenue and canal presidents or association representative of each for the 2 extra.
As stated, as the amendments that Carrie read to us, which is the commission will vote as a body on all of the submissions of the potential candidates, and candidates will submit their name and qualification. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. Any further discussion, clarification, City Attorney?
So we are not including, so if they're on another board, we're not going to include them as applicants.
What I heard you say is if they're not a deciding body, anybody, even those serving on a board.
So that's
can-
the law, but you guys need to tell me if that's how you want it drafted.
They're okay with it, I think.
Okay.
you said, Right?
So allow other board members to serve.
Right.
Okay.
Follow the law.
Good, follow the law. Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, City Clerk, Madam, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
that's okay.
When you get to my age.
That's
you're
a
gonna
first.
No, that's the second time I've done that.
Have you?
Yes. Yeah.
Commissioner Martin?
I'll say yes, but I'm still not clear on the motion.
Okay, it's a point of order. We want to make sure you're voting on what you know. What's the question?
All right. Did we add Venetian Bay? Did we add the chamber? I've got the 7 on the force. And we have
Anyone,
decided
that's
that we
right.
can accept people.
We can accept anyone all over the city, and whether you're on a board or not.
Okay, so 7 on the force, Venetian Bay and chamber, and multiple board, okay. Then yes.
I think the motion was to include Canal Business District and the Flagler Business District, and then we're going to encourage people from Venetian Bay and the Chamber to have applicants submit for the pool that we pick from.
That's correct.
Canal, Flagler, and the chamber they're in, and then you have to select the other four. Is that what I'm understanding? Or just Canal and Flagler?
Just Canal and Flagler, I thought was
Okay.
Commissioner Perrine's.
Yeah, and the chamber is an ad hoc advisory,
Okay.
so I understand. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we've clarified confusion. You okay there, Commissioner Martin?
Sure.
All right, good. Okay, one more time. Kelly, call the roll.
I'll restate Commissioner Martin.
Let me add to that. I know, I'm sorry, but what Bob Williams actually stated, he wanted a task force from the chamber to feed into them. So this wouldn't stop that, to my knowledge.
No.
He just wanted to go out and have best practices from other cities. We would encourage that. And then the chamber would be working with both of the street organizations for our merchants because they're the ones that are having the parking issues. So we do want that chamber task force, just for clarity. I like his idea. And then we've got 2 representatives from each that's going to be listening to that task force. And then we're going to encourage Venetian Bay to have a representative. There's still going to be 5 left.
Okay, my understanding was 1 from Canal, 1 from
Flagler.
Flagler, then we had 2 residents for each.
So for clarity, it's the 2 that are in, it's seven total. The 2 that are in are 1 from FABA, 1 from Historic Canal. As an advisory, a task force plus the chamber to act as an advisory, and then 5 other
Correct.
folks
Correct.
of a variety of places.
From throughout the city.
And we will in our media, in our publication, we will say and we will encourage zones that include Venetian, Third Avenue, US 1, and residents to get involved. This cannot be the business guys versus the residents.
Correct.
And that will be the wrestling match, right? We're going to have those all, everybody will be in the same room, and it won't be it will be an interesting time, but we will have something as we move forward that is representative of what everybody wants to do. It's not going to be pretty, but that's okay. And we will advise with experts, Colin. We will send not just city staff, but we will borrow county and state resources that are experts in parking, et cetera, right? Okay.
And just one clarification so the board knows, as Mr. Williams stated, for, I believe it's the Chamber's fact-finding committee, in order for Sunshine Law not to apply, they cannot be vetting things, they're only bringing facts back. So that's the important nuance in order for Sunshine not to apply to that fact-finding committee.
And we'll let you instruct them at that time to city attorney. Okay, one more time. Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Martin.
Yes.
Commissioner Perrine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there is a 7E. The city manager, set that up for us, please.
Yes, sir. As I mentioned in my updates, that the mayor spoke before the delegation committee in DeLand on January 9th and presented 6 different projects to ask the state for funding requests. That was on the 9th, and I just want to, people talked about applying for grants, and just to show you how city staff is really efficient. Here are 6 applications. They're ready to go. Their due date on the 27th, so the projects, I just want to make sure that up for the record, the projects are, and they are in priority order. So we have the Pine Island Aqua Court Canal Dredging and Cleanup. That's $1.85 million. The Turnbull Creek North Dredging and Cleanup, $1.5 million. The Turnbull Creek South Dredging and Cleanup, it's $2.25 million. The Cemetery Canal Bank Restoration and Partial Dredging, $2.5 million. And this is the one along the trail that we have. And then we kind of added these two items, even though we have some funding for them, but not fully, but Historic West Side Stormwater Master Plan and the Corbin Park Master Plan. So this will be going, sponsored by Senator Tom Wright and also through House Representative Chase Tremont. We have been in touch with Senator Tom's Wright office, so this will be emailed to them probably sometime tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And hopefully, I think normally what happens is sometime probably in July we'll hear from them. I think this is a step forward in terms of addressing some of the flooding issue that we have from Ian and Nicole. I don't think it's going to take care of the whole problem, but I think this is one step that we could take. And if we have the funding available, I think it will be a slam dunk for us. So with that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you might have, Mayor.
Very good. Vice Mayor Hartman.
I just have one question. Is Todd comfortable with these numbers? Are you comfortable with these numbers?
What I did, I came up with these numbers.
Okay.
And so I kind of used 1.25 per mile. And what happened is after I put these numbers, David have contacted one of the contractors, came in and gave him an estimate, and I was very close.
Okay.
I think I was more conservative.
Yeah, I just know that there's other projects in the past that were way low in our estimates, so.
Well, that's, I kind of did that one myself.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? Colin, does this require a resolution, and is there a stated resolution? You need a
no
vote of
resolution
endorsement?
required to the best of our knowledge. I think the one that required resolution is the one for fines, so to the best of my knowledge, and what Todd has contacted Senator Tom Wright's office, it does not, so.
Okay.
I would just recommend a
A
motion approving the submittal of these applications.
Perfect. We're entertaining a motion to approve these numbers and these particular projects to go forward and be in the record. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the applications as submitted and suggested.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a motion is second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to ordinances and second readings and the public hearing. City Attorney, would you please read 7622?
Ordinance number 7622, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning approximately 7 ± acres of property generally located between US Highway 1, South Dixie Freeway, and the Florida East Coast Railroad tracks from Light Industrial I-1 to Planned Unit Development PUD zoning district, approving the Blue Dolphin Boat and RV Storage Planned Unit Development Master Development Agreement, and authorizing the mayor to execute the master development agreement on behalf of the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Very good, thank you very much. The City Commission will now be in session and conduct a second reading quasi-judicial public hearing to consider the adoption of ordinance 7622. We'll first hear from the city. Chief Planner Gove, do you have a report?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Jeff. Go for it.
This application is for a proposed rezoning of just under 7 acres from the existing I-1 light industrial zoning to instead be PUD, Planned Unit Development. The proposed site is very unusual in both its location and its dimensions. Being a very linear parcel, it's just over about 100 feet deep by about a half mile long, with that length kind of sandwiched between the north-south routes of US 1 to the east and the FET railroad right-of-way to the west. Northern boundaries immediately adjacent to the existing Habitat for Humanity thrift shop across from the city library, and running south to be behind, west of the existing restaurant sites to the south, the Sandbar Cafe, Wendy's, that area. It's also immediately adjacent to a 40-foot wide drainage canal within the DOT right-of-way to the east, some of which actually encroaches within the proposed site boundaries. That drainage canal is under the ownership and maintenance of FDOT, and they will also be the approver of all permits dealing with the two proposed one-way driveway connections that are proposed to US 1 at the north and the south end of the half-mile-long site. This PUD rezoning is required due to the existing future land use designation of this site, which is industrial mixed use, as included in your agenda packet. There's specific text in there that requires anything within IMU, future land use, to be developed as a PUD. This use would be permitted under the existing I-1 zoning as a special exception of application and approval. And in fact, the current plan meets the required conditions for that special exception approval, if that was possible, for fencing, landscape buffer, screening, etc. Under the proposed site development, there will be a total of 160 angled parking stalls, and those will be accessed by a one-way center turn aisle, 30 feet wide. The two storage stall rows will be either 30 feet deep on the east side and 40 feet on the west side, next to the FEC railroad tracks. The MDA text currently allows for a possible use of canopy covers for some of those 160 storage slips as an alternative option. Also provides for washdown facilities within the site. A site plan will need to be submitted and approved by the city following this process, should this be approved, which will show these kind of site details in much greater specifics than what this conceptual plan that accompanies the PUD does now. And as I mentioned, DOT will also be involved in that future site plan to come for the driveway connections, impacts to existing stormwater systems, etc. The plan provides its own stormwater pond for the site within the south end, and that portion that would not be as accessible to any of these stored vehicles. And in addition to that, the applicant has indicated, and it's also in the MDA, that they will be requesting the ability for additional screening and landscape buffering within the DOT property that's adjacent. It's an extra wide right-of-way, so depending on what DOT, their response is to that, they may be able to provide additional landscape materials within that right-of-way area. One last aspect of the site the commission should be aware of is its current brownfield status. And this use would seem to have minimal to no impact for that brownfield status. Actually, avoid some kind of use that may actually be more in conflict with that. As to the proposed storage use, city staff typically gets many inquiries for available locations where the service can be developed and open to the public, including many city residents and property owners. And we're typically at a loss to be able to provide existing available space. We also would like to keep more commercial areas for a more active commercial use. So sometimes we encourage storage areas to be less visible where adjacent roads are less busy. But on the other hand, we have to balance that with the fact that these boats do need access to the water and the boat ramps, and we'd like to see that accommodated as quickly as possible and without having to use local roads. This was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board in September. November meeting and received a unanimous vote to recommend approval to the City Commission. Staff had recommended approval at that time and still do. The Planning Board had 4 conditions, some of which are now incorporated into the MDA documents. Their conditions, number 1 was retention and detention areas shall meet or exceed the requirements of the city. That line has been added to the text, even though it's kind of would be part of the site plan process anyway. Second condition was for pavement on site to be permeable and provide the greatest possible contribution to eliminate and minimize flooding from the site. We found that this recommended condition was at odds with the current brownfield status of the site and the results to come from a now ongoing site investigation for that brownfield status. Common method of developing brownfield sites, especially for this kind of benign use as RV storage, is to cap those areas with a solid material rather than something that would be permeable. So if there's contaminated soils underneath, they're contained and drainage won't be flowing into them. So we did not include that into the MDA as the board had recommended for that purpose. At that time, we weren't fully aware of the brownfield status of the site and weren't able to make the board aware of that. The third condition was a maximum building height of 20 feet, which they've agreed to and now incorporated into the MDA documents. And fourth condition was concerning the proposed fence for that not to go around the wet retention pond to the south. The current plans do eliminate any fencing in that area, and it is open, but the applicant would prefer the option of fencing that in the future if possible because of security and liability problems. Having that big of an open area that would not be visible to the public. And we agree to that request for that not to be included. There was another condition the board had discussed but later withdrew, which was to extend the front landscape buffer plantings shown on the landscape exhibit to provide further screening where no existing buildings are located between the proposed pond and the US 1. Even though that condition was withdrawn, the applicant agreed to provide this additional landscaping in this area, not just for the storage area, but the screen in front of the retention pond. And now that is now shown on the proposed landscape buffer plans. We've reviewed the application and the unusual circumstances of the proposed site location and its configuration. Feel the proposed use is the appropriate one for the site. Will generate minimal vehicle traffic and compared to other possible more active proposed uses. And this is on a section of US 1 with minimal driveway connections, higher speeds, and an actual traffic count in 2021 of 22,000 vehicles a day. Should there be any need for turn lanes or connections, DOT would be the one permitting authority for that, so those might be involved with future permitting for the site plan should this be approved as an option for them. The proposed site's also separated from any possible conflicting neighboring uses, basically being the highway and the railroad, and shouldn't affect either one of those. And has proposed various methods to screen and buffer its proposed use, including continuous 6-foot vinyl fence along the front and extensive landscaping. Based on these factors and the findings we had listed, we recommend the city approve this and the rezoning and the MDA documents. And
Commission appreciates your testimony. Chief Planner Gove, is there a member of the commission who have any questions or comments? Vice Mayor Hartman. Commissioner Martin?
Just a quick question. Would there be a potential of a half-mile vinyl fence? Is that what I understood from your last
No, the
statement?
fence area is about 1,800 feet. The property itself is about a half mile long, but the south half, more or less, is the open retention pond that is actually hidden behind existing vegetation and buildings.
So we could encourage the existing vegetation and minimize, hopefully, the long expanse of white vinyl fence?
I think it's colored vinyl is what's proposed, and the plans do show a pretty extensive amount of trees and landscaping within the property, the 10-foot buffer, and then they're also going to ask DOT if they can plant additional stuff even in front of that to augment that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Does the applicant have any questions or wish to question Mr. Grove's testimony? None. Great. And now we'll listen. Thank you, Mr. Grove. Now we'll listen to the applicant and for his testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mickey Grindstaff. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida. I'm here tonight on my own behalf. I'm part owner of this proposed project. I also have, my wife and I have a condominium on New Smyrna Beach. I think it's just south of the city limits, so I can't claim to be a resident, but I am very active here. And I discovered this site for a couple of ways, and I'll be very brief, but it was during COVID when we were spending more time over here than we were normally do. I have a small pontoon boat, and I thought, well, it'd be great to have a place to put it here, and I'd have to go back and forth with this vehicle, and I'm not very good at that, to be honest. So I went looking around, and I looked at your code, and I'm a land use zoning attorney, so I'm familiar with the process, and I read where uses like this are allowed, and they're allowed in industrial zone property and with industrial land use as a permitted exception. And then I found this parcel on your land use map because it was the color of the industrial. And I looked at it and thought, holy cow, I wonder if that's could be developed into a boat and RV storage facility. And I'm here tonight with our engineer, David Evans of Evans Engineering from Orlando. And we worked on this thing for a long, long time, and we came up with this design. We met with city staff about a year ago, actually, and we came up with this design, and we're pretty proud of it. We think we take a very unusual piece of property with very challenging dimensions and make something useful out of it. The code requires the screening, Commissioner, and we do intend to have the extensive screening, the vinyl faux block fencing that you see in the design guideline or in our plan, along with landscaping on the east side. And then there's this 40-foot canal owned by DOT. That 40-foot canal meanders down our eastern boundary between us and US 1, and it has, some places it has room for some additional landscaping. Other places it actually encroaches into our property, so there will likely be no additional landscaping there other than what's on our property. And we're pretty proud of it. We've talked to the DOT. We've been working with your staff, on the Brownsfield, Ms. Irma, and the Brownfield effort. We are making progress there. We do in fact intend to, if depending upon the findings of the Brownsfield study, which is still underway, would be to what they call cap, which is what Mr. Gove just described, cap the north end with the asphalt, and that's where the vehicles would be parked. Some will be covered, some will be uncovered. The fire marshal here has asked that we were originally thinking a whole row of covering, a canopy the whole distance, but that's a fire hazard if a fire starts and it just runs underneath the canopy. So along different distances, he's going to want to see a break in the canopy. So that's what we intend to do. Again, we are excited about it. We are Obviously, supportive of staff recommendation of approval. We would appreciate your support for us. We're here to answer any questions you might have. David can answer the technical questions, and I can answer anything that he can't, I hope. So, there you have it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Mayor.
for your testimony, sir. I appreciate that. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to question the applicant? Commissioner Hart, come right up, sir. Mr. Hartman.
Yeah, there are some time restrictions within this PUD, or I'm sure you're aware of them and they're comfortable with those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
City Commission will now hear from members of the public wishing to testify either in favor or opposition to Ordinance 7622. Is there anyone wishing to participate and have a conversation? Any closing remarks from the city? Staff, good? Any closing remarks from the applicant?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The quasi-judicial hearing for consideration of the adoption of Ordinance 7622 is now closed. Is there a motion to adopt?
I make a motion to adopt the PUD MDA.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Excellent. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner,
We're adopting the ordinance which approves it, okay.
Commissioner Preen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
No. Motion carries. Okay. 6B, City Attorney, please read the Ordinance 7722.
Ordinance number 7722, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 2, Article 2, City Commission to codify existing City Commission benefits in Section 2-30, codification, providing for public, providing ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Manager, would you set this up before
Yes, please.
Director Kidd talks to us?
Just to make it as simple as possible, because this is almost, I think it's the second or the third time that we look at this, but this is basically to codify the city commission benefits. So, in a nutshell, you have your salary, you have your health insurance, you have your pension, and you have your life insurance. We're not discussing the salary at this point. We're discussing health insurance. Health insurance, you could choose from any plan that is available for the employees. If you don't choose that, you get a stipend, and the stipend will pay you the lowest amount of what you have for the employees. For example, right now the lowest one is $591, if I recall. There is, in terms of the pension, you have FRS and you have the 401 plan that you could choose from. On the life insurance, it's at $25,000. I know some of you have made some suggestions, and I'm sure now they'll bring them up during this meeting. But basically just, it's for the health insurance right at this second. Any other suggestions that you're gonna come up, we might have to modify the ordinance at this point. Now, some people have said that this is actually costing the city more money, and it's not. Because if you pick the insurance, actually the city is paying more than if they pay you the stipend. Some of you have expressed that it's not equal across the board for the commission. So for example, somebody's given a stipend for $591, but then the other commissioner is getting paid full insurance for him and for his independent, they're getting paid a lot more. But as far as the stipend, by paying the stipend, it's not costing the city money, it's actually saving the city money. Heather, if you have anything else to add, please add, and I just want to make it as simple as possible. Hopefully I did.
Yeah, good evening. There's really not much more to add than Khalid has done. I'd be happy to answer any questions that will help you get through this if you'd like.
Are there questions from the commission? for either the city manager or Director Kidd.
I guess, and it would go to legal as far as receiving benefits those benefits until such time as his term ends.
So the intent was to grandfather existing city commissioners.
Right.
I think to be more clear, it would say such time as his term or consecutive terms end. If we wanted to provide for past this existing term. So in the event, so there's only two commissioners who were serving as of November 8th. In the event they ran again and were successful again, in order to have continuous coverage of their existing plans, we would have to revise the language at lines 48 to 49, which I could do.
So that, I mean, I would be in support of that, not just for me, but also if I did get reelected, and then I'd have to go into a different plan, and then you know, just, I can opt out of whatever I'm doing, but I don't want to be forced out of something, you know.
If you continue being a commissioner, it's no problem, but if you, for example, you don't run this term, but you
Right.
come back after, then you're gonna fall under
It's
this.
continuous years of service.
Correct. And the intent was a grandfathering provision.
Right.
So that was the intent.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the commission?
Yeah. Since expense reports are not actually submitted to the city commission, could we remove the words from paragraph A, which shall be approved by the city commission? Number two, to equalize for new commissioners.
To clarify for the rest of them,
I'm sorry?
I said to clarify what you just said about the
Oh.
expense report. When you do an expense report, like say you go on a conference or you go on a trip representing the city, we have never asked the commission to come back and submit their expense report to the commission. Typically, you submit it, it's approved through finance or the city manager. So this is in the ordinance, and she's suggesting to take that portion out because that's not the normal we do. So we keep just continue what we're doing right now, the same procedure that we're doing without taking it back to the commission.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
That clarification helps.
thanks. Yeah, I'm sorry, I assume everybody's read it. But it does say, in addition, each member, city commission, receive necessary expenses which shall be approved by the city commission. So I am asking that we remove an unnecessary clause.
Clarification helps.
Thank you. Then to equalize expenditure of taxpayer dollars, could we remove the words "and dependents" from paragraph B? Because it says we will provide healthcare insurance, medical, dental, and vision for the individual commissioner and dependents paid 100% by the city. So I think for new commissioners coming on, it should be just for the commissioner, and that equalizes. We just say it's for the commissioner.
And eliminates the dependent.
It does, and considering that can be thousands of dollars additional each month in taxpayer dollars, I think it provides an equal playing ground. Okay, so, and again, this is for new commissioners elected for the first time, not for sitting commissioners, as Carrie has said. So that would just be remove the words "and dependents" from paragraph B. Then with regard to retirement benefits, can we just strike, right now it says, the city will provide with a 401 retirement plan or participation in Florida FRS. My understanding is that the Florida FRS is a non-functional option right now for us and that none of us are currently in it that are new commissioners, and that we can, again, potentially save the city a lot of money or just provide clarity or equality with other employees by removing the phrase "or participation in the Florida retirement system." That's the next one. And the last one is, I think the life insurance policy should have the city as a beneficiary and be equal to the cost required for a special election. So in other words, it makes sense to me if one of us drops dead while we're serving, it costs taxpayers a lot of money to run a special election. So I think that that would be a worthwhile modification. Thank you.
So there's considerable rewickering of this language. I take a point of order from the city attorney. How do we now amend the resolution and get a reading of it and then see if there's a motion to do that? That will spur conversation about all of these changes that are proposed. Is
Well,
that
you
the
all
proper way to
can
go
talk
forward?
about it or make a motion and include those you agree with, and I can make whatever changes are necessary. I'm familiar with what she just spoke to. They're not hard changes. So if you agree with them, whoever the motion maker is, if you want to.
So is there discussion on any of Commissioner Martin's changes?
Yes, I don't agree with them.
Yeah, so we don't
I
get...
agree with one of them, but since it affects one of the individuals that's not here tonight, I don't think removing FRS without him being present and having an opportunity to speak.
Randy, this only applies to commissioners who are newly elected
I understand
in the
that,
future,
but-
so it wouldn't affect anybody here.
I understand that, but Commissioner McGurk was not a proponent of that at the last reading and spoke against it, and I don't think he's had time to understand that, to go through that and get a full explanation. And since he's not available to vote on it, we're significantly changing the ordinance from what was presented at the first meeting. So I think to go to that extent is wrong. And since it really doesn't affect anybody for another 2 years anyway, if it needs to be readdressed at some point later, then we can do that, so.
Would you yield to that, Commissioner Martin?
Absolutely, I agree.
All right, very good. So did you copy that, Carrie? Now, there's some of it coming out, and so...
No changes so far, is where I'm at.
No, there's one.
Except for the continuation of
He wants to
service as
continue to
far as,
Okay.
yeah.
So read it one more time, please.
Wait a minute. I thought Randy wanted to table it until we incorporated this and then Jason, that we were all 5 here. So maybe I misunderstood.
No, I didn't make that motion. I was simply discussing what your proposals were.
He did not propose that we
Okay,
table.
I understood your intent then, I apologize.
I reserve that right.
Very good. Okay, can you read it to us?
Sure. Any city commissioner serving the city as of November 8, 2022, receiving benefits different from those set forth above, may continue to receive those benefits until such time as his term or consecutive term ends. End. No S. Period. And just one, I would recommend the change that Ms. Martin pointed out on line 38, just to make the language consistent with existing practice, which would just say, in addition, each member of the city commission, including the mayor, may receive necessary and actual expenses, period.
Okay, there's the motion. Actually, there is no motion. That's the reading. Is there a motion to...
Well, I haven't heard from 2 others on, I mean,
Valley, how do you think?
I would like to keep these things separate, vote on that, and then bring hers up at a later date, because I don't agree with some of the things she said. And it's not going to apply to us for 2 years, like removing the dependents for future commissioners. I just think that would deter some people to want to be on this board. I don't have dependents, but it may. I say we vote on the way it is with her recommendations, as is with the motion.
I feel similarly. I'm delighted that you brought up the protection for Commissioner McGurk's not present. And I like the simplification that was added to this. And it always provides us the option to take it up at another time and say, I'd like to amend the current ordinance as follows. And then, Lisa, you can actually do that anytime you want with everybody present. That makes everybody full. So I speak in favor of the amendment and the intent as described by Khalid, as discussed by Lisa and amended by the Vice Mayor. With that, is there a motion?
Make a motion to adopt ordinance 77-22 with the two amendments, one being the continuation of service and the other the approval of commissioner expenses.
Very good. There's a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'd like to second that, please.
Very good. Any more discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. The motion has been adopted. Thank you, Director Kidd. Appreciate you staying for this.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Okay, item 8C, ordinance 0123. Will you set that one up, please, City Attorney?
Ordinance number 123, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the City of New Smyrna Beach Police Officers Retirement Plan, amending Section 4.04, amount of benefit at retirement, to provide for a cost of living adjustment, amending Section 4.07, supplemental benefit component for special benefits, Chapter 185 share accounts, to provide for sharing excess monies above $200,000, providing for public hearing, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. Director Kidd, do you have a report?
I do. I just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware. This contract was actually ratified last year in June of 2022. Changes to the pension article were to add a cost of living, a 2% cost of living adjustment that's applied annually on January 1st, beginning 5 years after a member's retirement date. And we also agreed to change the amount for the excess Chapter 185 contributions to $200,000. Those changes were adopted by both parties, the city and IUPA. I brought it to the commission for ratification, and my apologies, I did not bring it for an ordinance change, so that's why we're here today.
Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone which would like to question the testimony or speak in this regard? Seeing none, is there a commissioner that would like to question or comment toward Ms. Kidd? Public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 0123?
I make a motion to adopt ordinance number 0123.
Great. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 0123 has been adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Item 8D is ordinance 0223. Will you set that one up, please?
Ordinance number 223, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach vacating a platted, unopened right-of-way east of South Myrtle Avenue and south of West 7th Street, except the creation of an alternative right-of-way, providing for conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. Senior Planner Mathan, do you have a report?
Yes, sir. We can
Thank you, Bob.
get your presentation set up here. Okay, so what we bring for you tonight, the property owner of the adjacent parcel has requested a vacation of approximately a 50-foot wide by 100-foot long unopened platted Myrtle Avenue. The applicant is also proposing to dedicate a 15-foot wide right-of-way along South Myrtle Avenue. So I'll post the location map so you can see the actual properties. So the location map to the left is shaded in black as the two properties that are owned by the applicant under one parcel number. The arrow map to the right shows the two parcels, the two pieces of property that's under one parcel number. The piece in the center is the part that's being asked to be vacated tonight. So the subject unopened right-of-way area in question was platted as Myrtle Avenue on the Seminole Gardens subdivision plat, which was recorded in 1926. And it is bounded by the two other sections of property that's owned by the applicant. So under section 305.03C of the city's land development regulation, requires that the administrative official shall review the application package for its consistency with the city's comprehensive plan and the city's land development regulations. And two, in addition, the administrative official shall determine whether or not the proposed vacation would be in the interest of the public good. So this application for the street vacation is consistent with the land development regulations. The street vacation application complies with all matters of general provision, enforcement, administration, concurrency, and zoning district requirements as outlined in the city of New Smyrna Beach land development regulation. The vacation does not impact any level of service as indicated in the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. Thus, this would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. In regard to how this section would be in the interest of the public good, vacating the current unopened and unused platted road would allow for the property owner to receive this section of the right-of-way that the city has no plans to open. And in return, the applicant would dedicate a 15-foot right-of-way adjacent to South Myrtle Avenue. So the survey that's showed on your screen, the part in the center that's hashed out is the 50-foot by 100-foot right-of-way. And to the left of the screen shows the proposed 15-foot right-of-way. So on this slide here, they're highlighted to see a little bit better. So the proposed vacation is on the left slide that's highlighted. The proposed dedication would be on the right slide. So with that, the Utilities Commission did provide a letter indicating that they had no objection to the vacation, and that there was no utilities that were in that right-of-way proposed to be vacated. Also, the City Engineering Department has submitted a letter of no objection to the right-of-way being vacated. So after reviewing the merit of the application, receiving overwhelming support from the Planning and Zoning Board with a vote of 6-0, we actually received no objections from the New Smyrna Utilities or the City Engineering Department. So staff recommends the City Commission approve the proposed street vacation of the section of platted Myrtle Avenue and accept the proposed dedication of 15 feet along South Myrtle Avenue. And that's a brief summary of the staff report, subject to any questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Mathan, for your testimony. A public hearing is now open. Are there any citizens who wish to speak? Please approach the podium.
Hello, I spoke earlier. I'm very familiar with that whole area, and it would be great if I could pull up a larger map, because this is about a right-of-way, but a right-of-way to what? What this leads to is that enormous parcel of land that there's a litany of reasons of why greater studies need to be done before development is allowed. And granted, this topic is not for that larger parcel of land between 10th and 44, but it does open the floodgates to, it grants access to that area. And I'm not saying that down the road that shouldn't be allowed, but this is the opening that door. So, again, my chicken scratch here. Well, I encourage the commission to deny this at this time. If those two properties that were on either side of this T-shaped property, which is currently owned by the Utilities Commission, wanted to develop, more power to them. But that's not really, I don't believe, is at question here. Can I play with this laptop real quick? How hard would it be to get the Google Maps? Bear with me. Come on, help me.
Maybe we have Bob put up the...
We're almost there. I'm sorry?
We can have Bob put up the plat that we had up.
Well, but it's a larger issue. That map that we were looking at really doesn't show, it's very narrow. I don't want Google Chrome, I want Google. Can you guys see what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oops. Come on, honey, come on. I haven't done public speaking in a while. Okay, come on, now we can do this. All right, here we go. Getting there. We're getting there. Ooh, come on. And then what would be good is to do layers and what? Not terrain necessarily. Satellite. There we go. All right, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So my family's lived in New Smyrna Beach for 45 years, and my grandparents bought a property on South Myrtle. Well, it's right here on the corner of Cavito. And now we own a few other houses on that street and a few others throughout the town. So that might make me biased in trying to limit development in that area. On the other hand, I have a very unique perspective and on what the significance of that property. Okay, oh, here we go. This is what we're talking about. Right there, which is across the street from the middle school. And let's zoom in one more time. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Now we see what we're talking about. Okay, so as I understand it, and perhaps I'm wrong, been wrong before. Cursor. This is right in here, and right in here is a T-shape owned by the Utilities Commission. And then the current property owner owns these other two squares. And we want to combine all that, which would be, as I understand it, a right-of-way to the rest of this. Now, there is a reason why this large swath of property has not been developed for some time, and I can tell you all the history all about it, how this is a piece of property gifted by the federal government to Henry Flagler to encourage train transportation back in the 1880s, and on and on and on and on and on. It's all about the railroad. And FEC realized a long time ago that they own all this property that was gifted to them a long time ago and have been liquidating it, or it's been handed down from one holdings company after another. So, and there's other proposals I'm over the years to get in on this. But anyways, given the flooding and other issues, this is not the time to accommodate that until at least some studies have been, which have been discussed tonight, regarding catastrophic flooding. And there is a network of canals, historic canals, been there for a long time, that are very effective in helping with drainage in the surrounding area, including the schools, including, that whole area. And and they are more effective than covered culverts with storm drains and so forth. So I'm talking about a longer run. I'm rambling in this big picture, but this is where it starts, as I understand it. I hope I'm making some kind of sense. Where am I? Here we go. This is what we're talking about. So I'm hoping that at this time, perhaps it can be revisited at a later date. And I've got reasons why this big green thing here is important, and it's not just the tree hugger, argument. But this needs to be studied, and this is the gateway to the rest. And I think that's what is really at issue here.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to end it. Thank you.
No, thank you. All right. Any member of the commission wish to the staff? I have one. Bob, speaking with the applicant, what is the plan for the future?
Well, the applicant is here tonight. They are here in the audience. They've sit pretty long to wait for their time, so I want to give them an opportunity.
Absolutely.
I know what the gentleman's talking about, the large piece of property that's next to the railroad tracks. The railroad did sell that property, and it is owned by a private developer. But that is not part of this application tonight, nor is the applicant tonight the owner of that large piece of property that was purchased by a developer and sold by the railroad. This gentleman here, the right-of-way that where he's asked to be vacated, we're not using because the county purchased the property to the south and built a retention pond. So the retention pond you see is from the south is not owned by the Utilities Commission, it's owned by Volusia County. And so, as you can see, if you saw the aerial, the road jogs, so South Myrtle jogs because South Myrtle used to go straight. And so we never opened that road. They jogged it to the west, which left this vacated or left this unopened right-of-way. This gentleman here is one parcel, owns the two pieces of property that's on either side of that right-of-way. So he's asking if we could vacate it because right now there's nothing you could do with it. But if you combine it together, at least it'd be one parcel that doesn't have a right-of-way that's unopened in between it. In fact, he would give us 15 feet of right-of-way along South Myrtle, which would be more beneficial to the city because then we could use it for utilities, sidewalks, bike paths, whatever we decide to use. Turning lanes, widen the road for whatever reason we needed. We wouldn't have to purchase a right-of-way. He'd be granting it to us if we give up the part that actually he's probably been cutting the grass on all these years as it is. So.
Thank you. Any other commissioner wish to question? And would the applicant like to speak?
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Why is the request at this time? I mean, all these years, I don't know how long you've owned the property, but why has the request been made at this time? What prompted it?
Name and address for the record, if you
Hello.
don't mind, ma'am.
Sharon Wiley, 100 East Circle, New Smyrna Beach. Yes, we have owned it for a while, and we were unaware. It was in all the legal mumbo jumbo. That was not privy to us. That was eminent domain by the county. We owned the whole entire piece and ended up with that sliver because it was taken by the county for that retention pond for 10th Street and the high school. And so it was unaware to us until one day someone made us aware, and I went online and I said, oh my goodness, they have updated the...
Wait a minute, somebody did what?
Looked at the parcel and said, did you know there's something on there? And I looked up on the county website, and sure enough, the red marks were on there where they had never been before because Google Earth did not exist on the county appraisal's website. When we purchased that, well, not purchased that, excuse me, when we were given that because we had owned the whole thing and part of it was taken from us. So the Volusia County website was updated to and then include what we were not aware of on that picture and went, holy smokes, and that's when the process had to begin to start trying to vacate that.
Thank you for answering that question. I appreciate you coming up. Anything else you'd like to add, ma'am?
No, we agree, we love the woods behind us, and that is a totally separate property owner, not owned by us, nor related to us, nor anything to do with us. That is not what we're trying to do, we're just trying to get that one piece of parcel that we thought we had, that we found out we didn't have with the right-of-way in it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Public participation is closed. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 0123?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 0223.
It's 0223.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Very good. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
No.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion's been adopted. Okay, the following items, 8E, F, and G, will go as a trio, and we'll have the city attorney read each of these. We will vote on them separately, but they go together.
Ordinance number 323, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach 2 ± acres of property located on the east side of Oliver Drive, south of Lydia Way, addressed as 645 Oliver Drive, providing for redefining boundaries within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 0423, an ordinance of the Smyrna amending the comprehensive plan and the future designation of 2 ± acres of land located east of Oliver Drive, south of Lydia Way, addressed as 645 Oliver Drive, from Volusia County urban low intensity to city low density residential, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plans to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 0523, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 2 ± acres of property located east of Oliver Drive, south of Lydia Way, addressed as 645 Oliver Drive, from Volusia County R1A Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to City R1COA Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, continuing with the quasi-judicial hearing, we will hear from the city staff first. Senior Planner Mathan, what have you got?
Yes, sir. So we just have the property owners ask for voluntary annexation. We changed the future land use and the city zoning to be compatible with what they had with the county. Other than that, I'm actually here to any questions that the commission may have on the annexation overall application.
Any questions from the City Commission to the staff? Is the applicant present? Very good. City Commission will now hear from members of the public wishing to testify either in favor or opposition to 03, 04, 05. Any closing remarks from the staff? Bob, nothing? Very good. Quasi-judicial hearings, consider the adoption of 03, 23, 04, 23, and 05, 23 are now closed. Is there a motion to adopt the first ordinance, 03, 23?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 0323.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion's been adopted. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 0423?
Motion to adopt ordinance 0423.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes, the motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt 0523?
Motion to adopt 0523.
Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion is adopted, all three. Similarly, these next three are related off of 2655 Pioneer Trail, ordinance number 0623, 0723, and 0823. city attorney will read all three titles.
Ordinance 0623, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach 3.4 plus or minus acres of property located on the north side of Pioneer Trail, east of Brent Haven Lane, addressed as 2655 Pioneer Trail, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 3, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 0723, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of 3.4 plus or minus acres of land located north of Pioneer Trail, east of Brent Haven Lane, addressed as 2655 Pioneer Trail, from Volusia County urban low intensity to city low density residential, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 0823, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 3.4 plus or minus acres of property located north of Pioneer Trail, east of Brent Haven Lane, addressed as 2655 Pioneer Trail, from Volusia County A3A Transitional Agriculture Airport Overlay to City A3A Transitional Agriculture Airport Overlay Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
We'll now hear from Senior Planner Mathan on all three of these, and we'll vote for them similarly, separately.
Yes, Mayor. So this is another voluntary annexation by the property owner. So basically, we found compatible zoning and future land uses with the city that would grant to these properties, and basically the staff is here to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Any questions of Mr. Mathan? Is the applicant present? Is there any member of the public which would like to testify either in favor of or in opposition to 06, 07, or 08 of 23? Any closing remarks from the staff? Robert? Quasi-judicial hearing to consider adoption of numbers 06, 07, and 08 of 23 are now closed. Is there a motion to adopt 06, 23?
I make a motion to adopt 0623.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 07-23?
I make a motion to adopt ordinance number 0723.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 08-23?
I make a motion to adopt ordinance 0823.
Have a motion.
Second.
There's a second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank
08-23 has been adopted. Item number K, conduct a second reading and public hearing of an ordinance. So, City Attorney, can you set that up for us?
Ordinance 0923, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the land development regulations, amending Article 8 supplementary regulations, Section 80303 regulations pertaining to fences, walls, and hedges to allow 6-foot-tall fences within secondary front yard setbacks for corner lots, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Very good. Senior Planner Jake Baker is here. Do you have a report, sir?
Yes, I do. This is a zoning text amendment to allow 6-foot-tall fences in secondary front yards. I'll try to make this as short as possible. We're not here to 11:20 like last time, okay? Okay, front yards. Corner lots are considered to have 2 front yards, a primary and a secondary front yard. The primary yard would be your yard with the driveway typically. For example, say R2 zoning, which is predominant around the city. It's 30 foot in your primary front yard, usually your driveway. The secondary front yard has half of the setback of the primary, so it would be 15 feet. So this is to allow fences in that secondary front yard on corner lots. Basically, in 2010, this was allowed. We changed it to not allow it. So if you see that diagram there, where it shows the driveway side and then it shows the other side, they're both streets. that whole area there now can only be 4 foot tall. So what we're trying to go back to is, I highlighted in yellow, basically people on that non-driveway secondary front yard side will be able to put 6 foot tall fences back, or sometimes in the first place. Basically what we have now is a lot of people took them down and now they're going to put their fence back and, well, you need a variance because you now conform. So, and I think last year we had 4 variance requests to people trying to put back what they used to have. And I have a couple of people waiting kind of in the wings to see the outcome of this, to see if we would approve, the commission would approve this to allow 6 foot tall fences back into the corner yards. And the language here is basically fences can be 6 foot tall within a secondary front yard, secondary front property setback, provided there isn't a driveway. We don't want people backing out kind of blindly with no ability to see over a 6 foot tall fence. You have any questions for me? Staff recommends approval.
Appreciate that. The public hearing is open. Are there any citizens who wish to speak? Please approach the podium. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Is there any discussion by the City Commission? Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 0923?
Motion to approve ordinance number 0923.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Great. Any further discussion? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin, Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Jake. Okay, first reading of the ordinances. City Attorney will read the following ordinances for the first time by title only, and the second reading and a public hearing will be conducted on Tuesday, February 14th, 2023.
Ordinance number 1023, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 58, Parks and Recreation, amending Section 58-2, hours established for use of parks and recreation areas to revise park rules, providing for codification, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be February 14th, 2023. Ordinance number 1123, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach granting a non-exclusive franchise to Extreme Concrete Services, Inc. to provide construction and demolition debris removal services within the City of New Smyrna Beach, outlining franchisees' duties, providing terms and conditions under which such franchise shall operate, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing will be February 14th, 2023.
Thank you very much. By chance, are there any questions, understanding that we will have a second bite of this apple next time up? Very good. Let's move on to item number 10, boards and commissions. Number 10A is the Community Enhancement Engagements Committee, the consideration of 5 appointments of citizens to serve 3-year terms expiring on September 1st, 2025 as regular members. City Clerk, do you have a report?
Yes, there were 6 remaining vacancies for this 11-person board. I have 5 applications that I've received that fit the criteria for those openings. And so I have their names up for appointment consideration. They're Nicole Fisher, Stephanie Ford, Elizabeth Jones, Richard Stevens, and Michael Sakota.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to appoint these volunteers to the Community Enhancement Engagement Committee?
Motion to approve the 5 appointments to the CEEC.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any more discussion on this required? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin,
No.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all the new members. The City Clerk's office will be in touch, sending an official notice of the appointment to you soon. Thank you for your willingness to serve our city. Okay, item 11, we'll move on to commission reports. We'll start with the Vice Mayor. Have you got anything for us, Randy?
I do, and I'll try to be brief. So there's a little bit of irony here in that 5 years ago when I was at the League of Cities conference in Orlando, I attended a seminar that dealt with 5G transmission poles and what cities could regulate, not regulate, what was regulated by the state. And I came back to the city and I asked some staff members, I said, should we look into this? What should we do? Maybe do something proactively? And I was told, don't worry about it. It never happened in New Smyrna Beach. Yeah. So it's coming back, you know, it's come full circle. The other thing is, Images is this weekend. Hope to see you all out there. Have a great time. Be sure to bring a sweater. If not, I'm sure they'll sell you a nice warm sweatshirt. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Perrine.
I have a question about a letter we all received today from Bob Williams about the field work in the hurricane. He was questioning, and we needed clarity on if this does include field work or it does not.
I have spoken to Bob on the phone yesterday, and I explained to him, this study does not go into a lot of details on individual properties or individual sections. This is an overall study. We have the stormwater master plan that we have budgeted $700,000 in the ARPA funds. That would go into a lot of the details of what he's looking for. Now, the canals, we will be doing the canals. That's what we submitted for us. So, and I think that's what he's concerned about, the canals around, and thinking that people, they have a perception on what happened. Well, that's why we have the experts. The experts are gonna tell us what happened. A lot of us have opinions on, like what the mayor said at the opening of the kickoff meeting. But right now, that details is not included in this proposal. This proposal is more of a general looking at what happened during Hurricane Ian. Not a little details to go into look in specific areas. If we needed to do that, that obviously would be additional cost to the proposal.
How do the citizens that have been up here, like with problems with the drains, and our staff has gone out there and they can't fix it, that specific field work, how do they make sure they get their information in for that ARPA fund to make sure they're on a list? What do they need to do step by step?
This is where the perception. We have received phone calls just before the hurricane happened saying, hey, my drain is clogged. The drain wasn't clogged. We have put check valves when we did the Central Beach study at the discharge pipe to the river. And we have some check valves put in some of the areas within Commissioner Martin's area. So what happened is when the surge went up 4 feet, the water does not go out. So what happened is the water stays in the system and it comes up from the drains. So we have, I have asked the city engineer to ask the consultant to actually design the system, to look at that in particular and see what happened. But this is more of a general study of what happened. It's not gonna look at a specific inlet or a specific pipe. It's gonna look at the entire watershed for the entire city, mainland and beach.
I think this person's confused on if this is going to be addressed by the expert and the field work, or because staff has already told them that they could not fix
We will
that.
provide information to them on this
Okay.
specific area, and then they could determine. But I wanted this, whoever designed the system, to go look at it and see what happened, and then provide that information to the experts. Yes, ma'am.
One of my little bugaboos is referring to cleanouts as drains. That is confusing. So, like the grate in front of my house is not a drain, it is a cleanout. People think when you say drains that maybe the road is graded and the water is directed into that, but it's not. It's a very different use. And so I'm just asking if we don't further confuse the issue by referring to cleanouts as drains. Nothing goes into them.
I'll have the city engineer look at your inlet. I don't think it's a clean out, but I'll have him look at it tomorrow. Look at the plans and look in the field. When you say clean out, why do you have an inlet? Where does it go?
It doesn't. It ends in a concrete wall in front of my house.
So which means probably it's an exfiltration system. I have to check with him. I don't know the
Actually,
specific.
Cooper is an exfiltration system. Mine is a solid pipe, and I believe Goodwin is also. And I don't want to refer to it only as mine, but when water is not directed to go into the grate, there's nothing directed to go into the grate and drain. It is all fed underground.
Yeah. Let me have
Not
him-
just for me.
Let me talk to him tomorrow, just understand what the issues exactly, so.
I'm just talking terminology.
Okay? Let me
Commissioner
understand the other terminology.
Commissioner Perrine, have you got anything else? Any other questions? Commissioner Martin, your turn.
Okay, just a reminder for anyone who had property water intrusion from hurricane, to report it to NSB Flood Info at cityofnsb.com.
And that's an email, not a website.
I've been real clear on that.
I know, but a lot of people have been
Yeah.
thinking it's a website, and so they call and they say it's not working. And you and I, we had this conversation, so.
We've already had it, right? I have some problems with after-the-fact permits. It seems to me an invitation to gamble that you won't get caught. And if you lose, you pay, but heck, maybe you won't get caught. I am concerned that when we're proposing new boards and projects and task forces, that we're not recognizing the strain that it puts on staff. We've got staff that was already very busy prior to Ian and Nicole and is now stretched way further than they already were with recovery and mitigation projects. And I worry about staff burnout and loss of experienced staff due just to being overworked at this point. Like to know if we can make a commission statement opposing the interchange, in fact, reiterating what Vandergrift said so many years ago. Is anybody interested in reiterating that? Okay. Well, then, I'll be at Images all 3 days and hope to see everybody there.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your report. I have just two items. I think we all received an email from School Board Commissioner Jesse Thompson wishing to engage us more on issues with the school board. I look forward to having that opportunity so we can bring up the things that are similar to what Randy did. Hey, paying a lot of money into school board in terms of taxes. Why aren't you taking a lion's share of the burden of stuff that the traffic light comes to mind? I'd love to have them step up. We have an opportunity since Jesse's a new Smyrna Beach resident and very active and interested in working with us. I had the pleasure of going yesterday to the all Volusia County elected officials meeting at the airport where it was all flooding, all beach erosion all the time. And so very, very good reports from the Public Works Director and the County Manager about how we plan to interface, how they plan to interface with the state on that $37.6 million and how that distribution will go. It's two bills. One bill is a grant of the money. The second bill's wonderfully worded that says, I don't want you to put beach sand on the beach and then have it be carried away. Don't want to throw away that money. So it mandates a study and some engineering to determine what techniques are involved in retaining that beach sand. So very encouraged by that. And that took up a majority of the meeting. There's some subcommittees that are coming along. One, the Nova Canal Committee, they would like participation on. I passed on that for us. But there is a transportation committee that is going to be formed, and wondering if anybody has interest in joining that. So I'll send out an email asking for anybody that wants to do that. In the absence of anybody, I'd be happy to do it. Just thought we ought to have our seat at the table for that conversation.
Mayor?
Sir.
Pardon?
There was one item too on the subcommittee for the closing of the bridges.
Yeah.
You know, for the hurricanes, so that's another subcommittee.
That is a subcommittee. I elected to pass on that, Colin, because we have, our bridges are different. The,
Point of order, we need a motion to continue or
Thank you.
very good. Is there a motion to continue?
motion to continue?
Second.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
No. Continuing now that that passed, remember when we had the last bridge closure, the idea was the sheriff wanted it closed because he didn't want looky-loos going over the bridge, beach side. We have our own bridge system, which is unique to New Smyrna and contained in New Smyrna. So I didn't see a need for us to jump on that and be tied up in Daytona Beach and South Daytona and Port Orange discussions. If you feel otherwise and would like to be a member, I can get us back in that game. Any other topics to discuss? Or adjourn?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did need an official motion to excuse Commissioner McGurk from the meeting. I was going to say.
Ah, that's right. I'm sorry. I saw that in a note and failed to do it. We're not adjourned. Is there a motion to grant Commissioner McGurk his 50th birthday departure from the meeting?
Motion to excuse his absence.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. And so I did exclude, Colin, do you have any final remarks? And I know the city clerk and city attorney have that
Yes.
opportunity, but I missed it.
I just want to say happy birthday to Commissioner McGurk. And also, we need to have an award for one citizen who remained in the audience from the beginning of the meeting to the end. So.
Yes, you'll be escorted by the deputy chief there in a few minutes to get out of here. Thank you so much.
Thank
They're
you.
talking about you, Amy. City attorney?
No report.
City clerk?
No further report.
Now we're adjourned.
She must really love you.